Well, hello everyone, and welcome to another edition of Deepest Lore. I am here as ever with, dare I say it, the thespian, the actor himself, Simon Roberts. How you doing, Simon?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How are you? You okay?
Well, I was impressed by your guessing of the NF Simpson yesterday.
Thank you.
And it actually inspired me to write a piece in the kind of Simpson mode. And as we are going to be talking about why is the right on the back foot yet again, I thought this piece was actually short enough to kind of maybe kick us off. So I might read that in a second, but let us introduce the other members of the panel. Hat, how you doing, sir?
Well, I'm a little bit under the weather actually. I've been spending my time carousing in the pubs and coffee bars and cafes of Soho, and I think God has given me a bit of a kick in the arse for this debauchery because I come down with something very severe.
If you're going to carry on like a 19th century flaneur, what do you expect?
It's true. I'm lucky I didn't come down with syphilis or something. I'm lucky it's just a cold or something.
And Horace, how you weren't pegging out the washing this week as you so often are. Did you?
No, I'm managing my time better these days. So it took me a couple of years to get over that habit, but yeah. I don't know why I just kept doing my washing on Wednesdays for some reason. And I was always going swimming as well, like the swimming slots. Oh, you don't need to know this, but
I always imagine
the gym instead on Wednesdays now. So yeah.
Do you remember that fireman Sam? Do you remember there was Naughty Norman, right? And Naughty Norman's mother had one of those kind of like one of those like little tea towels on her head, like she kind of had like a peg on a tea towel, and she would often be doing laundry and things like that. And like for some reason, I always imagined you in a kind of I think her name was Dillis Bach. Yeah. Shouldn't leave the iron on the ironing board. Fireman Sam is shit now, unfortunately.
Was she Welsh?
Well, everybody in Fireman Sam was Welsh. Yeah, yeah. She'd often be like, "Oh, Norman." That was Dillis, Norman's mother.
Wouldn't it have been like Fireman Ridian or something, or Fireman Gwydion or something like that?
Oh, I mean,
you're showing off your Welshness now, are you?
Showing off that I know a few Welsh names. So.
No, well, I mean, Fireman Sam was weird because there was only like three firemen in the service. I think it was like the chief, Fireman Sam, and Elvis, the one who looked like Elvis, and also
Bandy was a small town, wasn't it?
Yeah, and also there was there was like a brown one as well. I seem to recall. I forget his name.
That's what you get with the Labour government, though, isn't it? Cutbacks.
It's like but Wales is parochial, isn't it? You know, it's they call it the big country, ironically.
One of the things I'm a little bit disappointed with is my absolute failure to get AAA into any kind of like I tried to show her Super Ted, didn't care. Tried to show her Fireman Sam, doesn't like it. Thomas the Tank, can't get her into any of those things at all. She's just, I don't know. She bounces off her. Her big thing at the moment is this thing called Ladybug and Cat Noir, which is this kind of Disney thing set in Paris. But yeah, she's just like instantly thinks that the things I try to show her are lame. So yeah. She's only 6 as well. It's only going to get worse.
Ladybug as in a ladybird?
Yeah, it's like a superhero who dresses up as a ladybird. Oh. And it's weird because she's got like a boyfriend who's a young man the same age, and he dresses up as a cat, and together they save Paris from this evil guy who is also the dad of the main hero. I mean, there's that thing where Lois Lane cannot tell that Clark Kent is Superman, despite the fact his glasses. The kid in this thing, Adrian, his name's Adrian. This is the cat noir of the title. Must be the thickest superhero of all time, because he's going out with this ladybug, but he cannot tell. No, he's going out. Adrian is going out with the real life version of the girl who's cat noir or something, but they don't know their secret identities. And also his dad is the main villain, and he cannot recognize either of these two things. Which to me makes him one of the stupidest of all superheroes.
Is it some sort of subversive leftist message about false consciousness or something like that?
That sounds, Sartrean mauvais foi.
Very good.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's a strange show that where, I mean, the villain's got all of these rings, and they've got like magical powers, and then these little butterflies kind of bring the magical powers into being, and he uses people's energy, their anger, and their kind of, if anybody has negative feelings, he feeds off them, and it makes him more powerful. But one of the things I've noticed is that one of his rings has got like a little croissant on it, and I've always wondered what power is that then? Is it a power to turn people into pastries, or? But anyway, let's play the ad. Let's play the ad, and we'll get on to the current state of the British right, and why it seems, despite everything, that the left is once again ascendant. Well, it seems like that to me. I'll ask you guys what you think when we're the other side of the ads. Why don't we have a more traditional one today? Maybe logic. Let's do logic.
Now available at the Academic Agency. Sharpen your analytical mind and your argumentation skills with Foundations of Logic. The course draws on the ancient wisdom of traditional logic that students learned for over 2,000 years, from the time of Aristotle through to the medieval schoolmen, right down to the 20th century. Sign up now for a free preview lecture.
Be sure to like this video and subscribe. And if you... There we go. That is so old. I don't even remember that. That was a good 5 or 6 years old, that one. All right. So, before we get going here, let me read my new Substack post, because it's short enough that I'll only take like a minute or so to read. And I think it will set up our topic here. It also speaks to yesterday's stream that I did on the attack launched by Bo Dade on the dastardly elite theorists. And I thought I was kind of inspired by N.F. Simpson, Simon, to write this. So let's see if you can spot his influence here. There were once two British patriots, Bill and Ben. One morning, Bill got up excitedly to save the country. He put on his Union Jack pants, brushed his teeth with his Union Jack toothbrush, got himself dressed, and then draped himself in a Union flag. He rushed down to the train station. One ticket to London. As he sat down on the train, he got a rush of pride, knowing that he was doing something. He arrived at the Tommy Robinson rally. It warmed his heart to see so many other patriots all in the same place. He did some chanting. He met many other people who all thought that now, as so many of them had gathered in one place, change would be inevitable. The country had been saved. Meanwhile, Ben stayed at home. He bought himself a can of Anchor Whippy spray cream and a little paper plate of the sort one sees at the parties of children. He pressed the button on the dispenser, and out came the cream in a large swirl. Then, when there was a decent portion of it, he stopped. He put the plate on the table and sat down as if he was going to eat. Then he plunged his face into the cream. About a month later, Bill was once again excited. He had acquired dozens of Union flags and hatched a cunning plan to climb up all the lampposts down his street to hang the flags from them. This was his latest contribution to saving the country by doing something. As a patriot, he had to do his bit to raise the colours, TM. Once more, the pride surged through his heart and coursed through his veins. As he finished his handiwork, he took a picture of the flags and shared them on X. This was now his favourite platform because it was owned by another patriot, Elon Musk. As the post was shared by his fellow patriots, Bill was buoyed and certain that now the country was saved from the evil clutches of then Prime Minister Keir Starmer. As he watched an AI video of a roaring lion posted by David Atherton, tears came down his face. Meanwhile, Ben, in the privacy of his own home, had acquired yet another can of cream and a paper plate. This time he wore a red clown's nose, which made a little squeak if you squeezed it. And once again he plunged his face into the cream, the nose squeaking out as it mashed into the plate. Several months later still, Bill was feeling a little down one day, so he decided to go down to Speaker's Corner. There he shouted in the face of a Muslim and felt pleased with himself. Then he made his way to a left-wing protest that had been planned a few streets down. He was wearing a shell suit with a Union flag pattern all over it. He started to heckle the crowd. "Communist scum!" he shouted. Unfortunately for Bill, some of the protesters did not take kindly to this, and a small ruckus ensued in which he was pepper sprayed in his patriotic eyes. "So much for the tolerant left," he screamed. When Bill posted this on X, where he now had a few thousand subscribers thanks to his previous heroic actions, attending Tommy rallies and posting flags on lampposts, it went viral. It caught the attention of Lord Toby Young, who saw it as evidence that free speech is under threat in the UK and an example of the chilling totalitarianism of the modern left. Tommy Robinson himself saw Bill's post and amplified it, claiming that Bill had been attacked by a Muslim. Soon, Bill had an offer to appear on the New Culture Forum with Rafe Hadel Manku, and the pepper spraying had become something of a cause célèbre in the right-wing social media. Meanwhile, Ben had invited his mum and dad to go around his house. He had set up a paper plate once more and lathered it up in spray cream. "Watch this, Mum and Dad," he said, and then, as his bemused parents looked on, he mashed his face into the cream. Admittedly, they did laugh. As the years went on, this pattern continued. Bill got up to all sorts of hijinks, such as setting up a Stephen Crowder-style Change My Mind table outside Bristol University before he was removed by security, going around town with a microphone and a film crew, showing random people a picture of a transsexual woman and asking them if they thought it was a man or a woman, gate crashing the BBC's Question Time by blurting out, "Remigration is inevitable," which caused Fiona Booth to scowl, and becoming incandescent with rage on social media at the dastardly elite theorist who suggested that the sum total of his activities had achieved nothing whatsoever. Ben, meanwhile, continued to mash his face into plates of cream in the privacy of his own home. His parents didn't laugh anymore, yet somehow Ben knew that he'd done more to save the country than Bill. And that is my N.F. Simpson-inspired article, Simon Roberts. But the point is made. Bill, all of his activities were basically just self-serving theatre. We were talking about theatre before we came on air. I would argue that almost nothing Bill did was achieved. And I find it very interesting that the equivalent of the Bill is feeling a little bit demoralised in current year 2026, when this time last year they were also excited, because it was about a year ago that the Unite the Kingdom rally happened in London, and it was about a year ago that the Raise the Colour campaign happened, wherein, as usual, all of us were called all sorts of names for not getting behind this, and told in no uncertain terms that this was saving the country. And yet, when I reviewed, when I did a little whip round on what was going on the British right, all I saw was people were a bit down in the dumps. Jeff Taylor seems to have given up. His Welsh mate's given up. What's his name? That Paul Thorpe is a bit down in the dumps. A lot of people seem a bit kind of gloomy. Also, The electoral fortunes of Nigel Farage seem to have turned around. This time last year, it looked like he was going to curb stomp Labour and, lead the reform to one of the biggest blowouts in electoral history. Now they're sliding down. The Tories are coming back slowly. Starmer's gone. Burnham is back. And then on top of all of this, it feels like, despite seeming like they had a lot of momentum last year, the right at the moment feels like they've stalled, like momentum has drained away. Various different projects don't seem like they're going anywhere. And even things that looked like they were going the right way, like the suicide of Professor R. Day, seems to have kind of somehow backfired, and the left seems resurgent in some way. I've noticed AOC is back on the scene, and I feel like it was kind of interesting to see that the suicide of this professor, after weeks and weeks on the attack over this, what's his name, Jason R. Day, the left very quickly, so the left were kind of on the defensive on that, but very quickly this suicide has turned it around. And within the course of a week, the left seems to have organised, written up a bill called the R Day Law, and are now demanding a change to media regulations whereby you can only spend a certain amount of time focused on, a single individual in the news, which is interesting because it shows the left, despite what you want to say about them, can get up and running and organise in the space of a week, whereas, well, the right is still stuck doing bill-style nonsense, sloppiness activities. Discuss.
And Horace, do you want to go first?
Well,
We lost you at the end there, I
Lost
think.
I think we lost AA there. But I think you would.
Do you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we're back
Yeah,
now.
you drowned out a bit there.
About the last 20 seconds of what you were saying.
So what I was saying was, it just seems like the left are back up and running. They got organised extremely quickly around this R Day thing. They're already demanding a law called R Day's Law, which is kind of quite interesting. And I've been interested by the fact that when it looked like the left were kind of on the back foot or down and out, they're back. The right is still stuck doing the kinds of sloppy list activities I described in the article. And weirdly, momentum seems to have shifted around. I mean, first of all, do each of you agree that there's been something of a quote unquote vibe shift from this time last year?
I think it's slightly too early to say, because it's interesting to see how kind of the old style woke cause celebre sort of thing. Because I mean, obviously we had loads and loads of these for a long time. It'll be interesting to see what actually comes of it, whether the government kind of goes for it and makes a thing of it. Because I think it could be 50-50. I mean, do they want to kind of bring back old school woke and kind of reinvigorate the culture, or do they want to keep things on the trajectory that they're going? I mean, there was that whole rally, wasn't there? There was a rally at Trafalgar Square where all these kind of black people came out and kind of said, he was. It seems to be a case of either he didn't actually do what he was accused of, or he was just the fall guy for the evil white supremacists in the university. So, but there was something sort of weak about it. Like this wasn't George Floyd, where they were just kind of given carte blanche to trash the place. This was clearly quite, I think maybe there's definitely a sense that they're not as powerful as they were. It's just a case of AA. I mean, do you think that the regime might tactically bring back a bit of wokery and start doing that again, or
well, they've been talking about a woke 2.
Yeah.
AOC,
Yeah.
That's why AOC was back in the news. She was saying woke 1 was a disaster and an embarrassment and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of interested if that law is actually passed, the R Day law. It could actually end up being a boon to right wingers, because presumably the same law would apply. The same harassment law would apply to anybody else.
No, it won't. No, they'll just define it so it only applies to them. Obviously.
Or you think it'd say, it would only apply to minorities or something like this?
Well, they'll definitely still want to have a go at Farage and Lowe and whoever, anyone. They'll define it or apply it in such a way that it only works for them.
I think, I haven't really looked at the specific wording of it, but it's something like the law can only apply to an individual who has come into the news, if that makes sense. So I guess MPs would be out of scope because they're
at least Reform MPs.
They're kind of public figures or something like that. But what about this wider question though, that the right seems like it's weirdly on the back foot again, despite nothing actually having changed other than switch for Burnham for Starmer, but.
I think this goes back to the question that this is I've been saying this since about 2021, which is that there is really no such thing as, quote, the right. There's not in the same way that there's a left, in that leftism, as we understand it, has a much more coherent definition. It has a much more coherent intellectual canon and much more coherent general continuum of its beliefs. Whereas what we call the right in the UK is a bunch of it's just a hodgepodge of economic and cultural disaffection. There's not really a coherent link even between, say, your kind of Thatcherism and your kind of Christian right and your kind of new right and your far right and all these aren't really built in the same way. And what that means is when we say the right's on the back foot, because it was the true right, as we would understand it, had never had any traction to begin with, right? We've basically seen, fake populist blue-coloured thing after blue-coloured thing. We saw Boris, and then we had one of the worst governments in the history of the country. Then we had Rishi Sunak, and then we had Keir Starmer come and prove that you can actually do even mild as they were, relatively quote unquote right-wing policies easily. You just haven't got to be a sort of soulless fake grifter. So I would argue that the right's still not on the back foot. It was never had a front foot to be on, if you like. But I don't know.
Go on, Horace. Yeah.
Well, to your question, all that I really know of the right becoming depressed. I agree with what Panama just said roughly. I seldom know who's referred to by the right. There's definitely a different set of people referred to by each different person who says it. But if we're including stuff like Jeff Taylor and Paul Thorpe, by the way, Paul Thorpe I'm only aware of from clips on Twitter, and Jeff Taylor I've literally only ever heard of by watching AA streams on Tuesdays. I literally didn't know it existed. You say he's got 300,000 subs. Fair enough.
They're both huge channels, yeah, huge channels.
But if we're them being, I'm not part of the same movement as them. I'm only in the most broad and default sense, and are we both part of the right? They are pro-immigration. They're pro-Israel. They would be Tories, but for a few things. Or something stupider, something dumber and even less effective. But they're unhappy because Reform's doing shit poll-wise, assuming the polls are true. Although a lot of the polling companies obviously work for the Tories, don't they, or Lord Ashcroft and stuff. But anyway, they're depressed because Reform are sinking in the polls, and because Restore has been commanded to boot out Charlie Downs for anti-Semitism and hasn't done so. So they believe they got nowhere to go, and they're not. And I guess they're not prepared to go back to the Tories, or they don't want to say that yet. But them being depressed is just a completely different thing from people like me being I don't feel like things are going against us. I'm keen to see what Restore can do. I don't have a great hope for it because it's obviously run. Well, we don't know who runs it. We don't know who appoints people like Howard Cox yesterday. A deliberate insult to a lot of that. They brought in another Zio Boomer yesterday. He's he's the transport spokesman now, and he's got a long history of attacking racists, saying Restore needs to boot out its racists. He's pro-Israel, strongly pro-Israel. So he's just
good sign.
Yeah, it's another dreadful turd in the face of anyone decent who's joined Restore, which prompted me to ask the question on Twitter, who brought him in? Nobody can answer this. Anyone who can answer it doesn't really know the answer. They're just saying what they've heard at third hand, you know. But that is the key question. It's like, if it's Lowe, bring him in, then yeah, Restore is fucked, probably. But it's never clear, right? Whereas Lowe was the guy who 2 weeks ago made a video saying, his own voice, saying, we do need to stop the demographic disaster. We need to, you know, there is a disaster unfolding. We need to stop it, which was very encouraging. That made me think, well, no, Restore is not just some fake Zio thing. But then it's not him. It's the social media accounts. So it could be someone else. It could be Monty Toms. I mean, we don't know, do we? Like, who runs the social media? People say Alistair Harrison, but can someone fucking confirm it? Like, no one ever confirms it. And so that's disastrous. But I can't remember what I was saying. What was my point? It was brilliant. Basically,
sorry.
Basically, like there's two different things within the right. I have no identification at all with Jeff Taylor and especially his Welsh mate, who are they're just anti-fascists. They're the fake right. They're anti-fascists. They're anti-racists. They're on board with the left, basically, with our enemies, and I'm sure they support Israel as well. Them being depressed is a different thing. Like, whereas Restore, sorry, I remember what I was saying now. Just I still think there's reasons to support Restore while it is a vehicle that, you know, an organisation that refuses to submit to the Zog machine's demands at the moment. Who knows where we'll be in a month's time? I don't know. And there's plenty of other things to complain about it, but I don't identify with Paul Thorpe or Jeff Taylor at all. They're the enemy. They're against us. They're for people like me being excluded from any party. They're for people like me being booted out. So it's just not the same right, you know.
I will say in I'm not defending Jeff Taylor or Paul Thorpe, but I wouldn't say they're pro-immigration. I would say they're both pretty solidly anti-immigration.
Are they? Have they ever called for it to be stopped? Not just Hamas supporters, not just illegals coming on boats. Have they ever called for immigration itself to be stopped? That's the key.
I think they broadly support Restore's policies, but you know, as I showed, they've got
just illegals. That's just deport some illegals. That's it.
Right.
So that's nothing. That won't even.
I think they want
1 more year or something.
I think they want immigration to be reversed in general.
Well, they should say so. Like anybody who's genuinely for immigration, why are you not saying so? Or reversing immigration or repatriation? Why not say so?
Because I don't think anyone really seriously thinks they can do it. I think they're just locked into this idea that it's happened now. What are we going? You know, think of all the political consequences of having to round up all these people and send them back, and how bad it would look in the foreign press, and how much we'd suffer. Oh. There's not like even. I mean, these people wouldn't even, you know, be able to reform the health service or, you know, get rid of some, you know, social welfare gib. They never believe in a million years they could seriously attempt, you know, actually effective. Remigration. Yeah. What these organizations do is they manufacture consent based on vibes, right? That's why it's the endless AI generated lions and redcoats and save the kingdom. Come on, we all have to work together to do it. And then what do you end up with? Oh, nothing. But now the Zionist caucus in British politics is even bigger. Okay, great. That's what it's.
Yeah, in terms of like that, like they don't envision anything ever like they envision. They fundamentally identify with the current ruling elite. Like, they don't believe that it's necessarily even desirable to remove them. They envision them being in power forever. But, sorry, it's very noise of sirens around my place. But they wouldn't. They sort of don't allow themselves to think outside that box, right? So, like, yeah, they're fundamentally obedient and compliant, and they're not on the right. They're loyal to the existing regime.
Do we think that do you think it's fair to say there are currently 3 factions on the British right in British politics? Because this is what Alistair Campbell and Rory Stewart were trying to say, you know, because Rory Stewart asked the question, what is the British right? And basically it seems to be Kemi Badenoch is fiscal conservative, or, you know, she's for like Thatcherly economics in a sense. Reform are populist, and Restore are, to quote Peter Hitchens, dabbling with darker forces that will summon demons or something. That's what he said. Is that? Do you think that's a fair reflection of where things are? And that go on, Hack, go on, explain.
Well, I mean, again, I guess I'm kind of begging the question in a sense because I'm sort of trying to redefine its terms. But you, yes, but these are only kind of categories within the system's own logic. Yesterday you were watching Rory Stewart and Alistair Campbell.
Yeah.
And there's that kind of old school sort of leftist belief that like there's a sort of respectable right, like you're allowed to be right wing as long as you're Geoffrey Howe, or John Major, right? But that's like they when they talk about it in the abstract, they sort of talk about it in respectable terms. We had good right wingers back then, but in a sense, what they mean is because those people didn't stop anything, right? Those people weren't actually right wing. Those people weren't, I don't know, Maurice Cowling or A.K. Chesterton or Franco, right? They weren't going to actually attempt to arrest forces and that they didn't like and kind of do anything of metaphysical substance. It's this kind of Alistair Campbell's whole concept is just an example of a kind of regime apparatchik. His whole conception of what the right is just the other balance of the system. The other weight on the scale, which you need for electoral regimes to work. You need the two sides to trick everyone into voting. That's why everyone voted for Boris in 2019, and that's why everyone voted for Starmer in 2024. Right? It's the system's own aesthetic logic, which changes nothing about what it actually is.
I thought it was interesting that Alistair Campbell praised Norman Tebbit, who would have been considered to be an out-of-order fascist back in the 80s, right, Simon? I mean...
Literally caricatured as a boot boy in a leather jacket with chains in his hand.
And a tank.
On Spitting Image, yeah.
But I wonder if that's one of those things where, because he's so safely in the distance, they can praise him and get away with it now. Whereas if Norman Tebbit was around now, they would never praise him.
Yeah, everybody loves you when you're dead.
I think there is also something to be said. I don't think Alistair Campbell maybe meant this outright, but it's definitely there, which is that like there is something more contemptible about the quote-unquote populist right because they're cheap. They're uneducated, they're unintellectual. Farage, everyone pretends he's this kind of, wonderful, crusty old British granddad. But let's face it, Rupert Lowe, intellectual, moral non-entity, right? He's just not that interesting. At least way back when, you had people that had been, they knew more intuitively about the culture of the country they represented. Even, what did Norman Tebbit do to actually help, to sort of save anything? Nothing. But I mean, he's not Trump, is he? He wouldn't have. Norman Tebbit didn't sit in office and try and sell scam coin and gold phones like some sort of.
I think Norman Tebbit actually is one of the rarest beasts in all of politics. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. I think Norman Tebbit came from a trade union background.
He did. He was a shop steward.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's incredibly rare to go union Tory party. Usually, it's union Labour Party.
Tory. But I mean, to be fair, Norman Tebbit's style of politics was very common in the old union days. The kind of sort of what the left would call vaguely fascistic sort of style.
He was Mr. Get on your bike, wasn't it?
That's it.
Yeah. Well, he said his own dad got on his bike. The papers changed it to get on your bike. Yeah. But yeah, like Tebbit is someone who can be treated as, I mean, he'll be at the furthest extreme maybe of what's acceptable. But yeah, to Alistair Campbell, he is still within the cordon, right? Within the cordon sanitaire, because he wasn't for reversing immigration. He wasn't for stopping the globalists, the ruling elite, doing the things that are most important to them, which is destroying nations. Right. So Tebbit was for like, you should have less welfare and stuff, but they can handle that.
So Hat is basically rejecting. I'm saying are there at least two different types of right in the British right at the moment, namely the old-fashioned Tory in the Thatcher mould, in the Norman Tebbit mould.
It's Jeremy Hunt and Nigel Farage in two camps in the
and then the other style is the kind of populist, of which you count Rupert Lowe as one, but Charlie Downs unacceptable because he's, flirting with fascism or something like this.
Unacceptable to everyone
I-
else, but so far Lowe hasn't disavowed him, so he's not unacceptable to Restore.
Would you
so far.
include in your first camp there, AA? I feel like there's a sort of re-emergence of the sort of Shire Tory sensibility in a way that people like the Telegraph especially are bigging up Kemi and trying to get back to we need to have sensible people around the place to do this, and Restore have outed themselves by this extreme rhetoric, and Nigel Farage has seemingly public morality problems because of his donations with Reform, and therefore we get rid of Horus and the whole stream gets better. Sorry.
He's
been expelled. What's happened?
It says device not connected.
We take over.
Oh, he's back. Anyway.
Sorry.
Do you feel like there's it feels to me like there's a re-emergence of confidence in the Tory grassroots system, and the media is reflecting that back to them. Their media is reflecting back.
I think that the Tories are resurgent at the moment. They're feeling buoyed by Reform going down a little bit. They've got the wind in their sails, and Kemi is flirting with populism herself, which was noted by Campbell and Stewart, but and she spends a lot of time on X, of course. But she's also, she has been put there as a kind of caretaker manager, right? She is not going to be the Tory leader for that much, like forever. Okay, she has been put there almost like, forgive my football analogy, Horus, right? But when a team is going to get relegated and they bring in, like who was that old codger who used to bring in, like Roy Hodgson or something, right?
Peter Streaves, yeah.
Yeah, they bring in somebody for like half a season to see, to just kind of make it. Like Martin O'Neill seems to have done that a lot in his late career. Like, we'll just bring in Martin.
Peter Streaves got relegated with like 3 or 4 different teams, just like that. Yeah, late in the season, they've already sacked like 3 managers. Yeah. Yeah,
and so it feels like Kemi is just kind of keeping the ship, making sure they don't go completely extinct. And so from her point of view, she's trying to not to lose the sorts of people who would vote for Jeremy Hunt, right? Which means sounding sensible on business, essentially.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, trying to play like a populist bat on culture issues, sort of. And also, to your point, Simon, I think it's the aesthetics of Lowe more than the actual Shire-ness of. Like he affects Shire Tory aesthetics, right? And the Tories do actually have a lot of Shire MPs still, like big, country gent types. Or who was that one?
Alicia Kearns.
Alicia Kearns. Those sorts of seats. And so there is a respect to which he can try to make that a somewhat kind of not all out populist, but a few nods on the cultural front, social conservatism, things like that, while steering clear of racial issues, obviously, for obvious reasons. That's kind of what Kemi Badenoch's been trying to do, and then basically waiting for. I play pickleball every week, right? In pickleball, a lot of what you do is you just play a solid little shot back and try to wait for your enemy to make a mistake, wait for the opponent to make a mistake, hit the net or hit it out or whatever, and you'll pick up a lot of points that way. And I feel like Kemi Badenoch is like, if I just bide this out long enough, Farage has got a pretty good track record of imploding all on his own. Rupert is doing me a solid there as well. Like Restore, as long as they're on the map, are causing Nigel a headache. So the Tories actually benefit long term from it. So that's kind of what I see happening on the Tory front.
Sorry. Could you just summarise that again? Sorry, I cut out for a second. So the Tories are quite happy to let the Restore energy play back into the Tories?
So I think the Tories are kind of, at the minute, basically playing like the equivalent of a straight bat in electoral terms to wait for Reform or Farage to implode, and they're actually happy for Rupert Lowe to be there because Rupert Lowe takes up so much time and energy for Nigel Farage, and Farage is constantly worried about what Rupert Lowe is doing, and so that erodes them, which helps the Tories sneak back up when nobody's looking, basically. So,
is this true? Are the Tories actually resurging? Like, as far as I've seen in national polling numbers, they're not at all. But
I mean, what AA said there, that's a line I heard with the Daily Telegraph yesterday, that Rupert Lowe has got into Nigel Farage's head, and Tim Montgomery, that the controversy from yesterday, this guy, for people who don't know, Tim Montgomery, he was a long-standing Conservative Party advisor, and he describes himself as half journalist, half activist. So he's a true believer in the Tory party, and I've always felt he's never really left, although he went over to Reform. And his view is that Farage is distracted by the menace of the Lowe in his own mind as an oppositional wrecker, and what Montgomery feels is they should be paying attention to the actual electoral arithmetic, more so in the possibly winnable areas, and they're not doing any of that.
AA, since you like to watch what the media is trying to put before us and stuff, it's notable that Montgomery, in addition to what Simon said, Montgomery is being promoted everywhere in the last 24 hours. He's getting every spot he wants to talk about this.
Yeah, I wasn't on The Spectator. I saw. I also noticed that Campbell and Stewart picked up that line as well. That exact line. Oh, he's got it. So clearly, this guy that you're talking about, Tim Montgomery, is like an insider man whose kind of line on it has been picked up even by the left. Where else are Campbell and Stewart going to know this?
Just because I don't follow it very closely. What exactly did Tim Montgomery do or say? I'm not quite clear.
He joined Reform.
Who does he work for? Okay, right. So he
was a Reform member, like a prominent member sort of thing, until just now. And then go on, Simon.
Without looking it up, I think in the past he'd been a Conservative, sort of like a media advisor, and that's what he's been doing for Reform. And he says his advice has basically been falling on deaf ears. He's been sort of saying to Nigel things like, you've got to handle interviews better. You've got to not be so touchy when people bring up the 5 million donation. You've not got to be stroppy with female journalists because it looks bad because, quote, Reform has a woman problem. And so he's obviously very attuned to the way Westminster politics is played in the conventional sense, with that awareness of the news cycle. And he feels Reform are letting the game slip, while Zia Youssef has been, vocal on Twitter most recently, calling the former Defence Minister Ben Wallace a traitor. This is probably linked to his letting in Afghan refugees, so to speak, in numbers without telling the public in the past. Youssef has been kind of, in a sense, maybe overcompensating for his initial unpopularity, because it was seen to be he's the Muslim at the top of the party who bought his way in, and he's got Nigel's ear. So he's been coming out with sort of edging further and flanking right on the intensity of his offering.
If I understand things correctly, Simon, this Montgomery is kind of Zia Youssef aligned, right?
Well, no, not really. No, according to him, he said I think they had a sort of kiss and make up initially when Tim Montgomery joined the party. Because I think Youssef is basically worried that the other people coming in to the party are all displacing his chances of getting to be the next leader. That's really what he's most concerned about. These other Tories coming in, people like Jenrick and Montgomery, sort of leaning the party towards a kind of conservative sensibility that I think Youssef is trying to capitalize on the intensity of feeling in the country and be a bit more based looking, and Montgomery is trying to pull them back from doing that because he wants to sensitize everybody to the sensibility you're talking about with people like Jeff Taylor, where there's a lot of middle-aged men, backbone of the country kind of guys. And being in my mid-50s and sort of getting towards their age, there's a lot of guys like that in the country who are determined voters, who are sort of working class conservative, upper working class conservative, as Tim Montgomery describes them in relation to reform. And they're the kind of basis of their support. They are the spine of that kind of party movement. And a lot of those guys, I think, are feeling quite broken at this point. I think it's very, very difficult. People have lost jobs. I mean, the problem is, again, I hate to be the old fart, but you get to your 50s and people have had a lot of loss by this point. They've lost marriages. I have friends who've lost children. I mean, dead kind of thing. I'm not sort of trying to play the violin here, but there's a lot of people there's a lot of water passed under the bridge by the time you're in your mid 50s, and people are a bit, I don't want to hear about it. I just want things to change.
Yeah. I don't know. I found the Jeff Taylor stream depressing. I mean, it goes on for another. I only played the first 20 minutes of it, but it was really quite rough towards the end because the Welsh bloke kept on saying, like, look, we don't make anything more than, none of us do. Paul Thorpe, me, Jeff, we might, we'd be making more money stacking shelves in Sainsbury's than doing this. We're not paid by Israel, right? And all this sort of stuff. It was actually quite kind of, I don't know. I mean, again, there's that empathy of mine. Again, Simon, I couldn't help but kind of sympathise. But on Zia Youssef, what's this all about? I couldn't. Harry and Gladive 25 minutes ago have the Lomosexuals really converted to Zionism, which is his term for being pro. Do the Chuds finally get it? Vindicated Again award. And I have noticed that the Lotus Eaters have made several kind of quite pro Zia Youssef videos in the past couple of days. What's going on?
Doesn't it make sense to do so at the moment? Because Zia Youssef keeps saying things that are way to the right of the rest of Reform, the whole rest of the party. Like, he keeps saying things like that. Calling Ben Wallace a traitor is one of the best things he's ever done. Like, it may not make much difference. But is it a
performative lure though?
With Youssef, I think he's trying to say to people, don't move to don't go to parties to the right of us. Youssef's trying to say, stick with Reform. If you bolster me, my kind of policies will take over Reform, and then you've got to he's signalling to people to his right, maybe not as far right as me. I don't know, but that's Youssef trying to welcome people back in, isn't it? Like,
I don't know if it's a welcome as much as it could just be desperation. I mean, because because at the minute Restore is getting all the cool bad boy press, right? It's them that are the dark right wing party. It's them that are the real outsiders, unlike those neo Tory Farages. Maybe he just knows he has to get the young chuds on Twitter back on side or something. I don't know.
Well, sort of, yeah. I think he's trying to counter the left wing of Reform. I assume that he's trying to counter, like Jem Rick and Zahawi and all that. Plus Farage, plus Tice, plus Tim Montgomery. Tim Montgomery joined to drag the party to the left. He's just a Tory.
Horace, how is this possibly working? Why is Dan saying I like Zia Youssef?
Because Zia Youssef the other day said some base stuff. That's it. That's all it is. They're just trying to.
That's all you need. That's the caliber of people that we're looking at here. Someone says something mildly racist, and they'll all of a sudden they're a hero.
Sure, I thought these guys who are putting out 5 videos. These guys are putting out 5 videos a day. They cover everything. Yeah,
but I thought they all hated Zia Youssef. Last I checked in, everybody hated him.
But he said something mildly right wing, so now they like him.
Yeah, the other day, I for the first time ever, I've never engaged with him because it's one of the many figures on Twitter that I just would rather weren't there. It's just so engaging with him makes him come up in your feet. But the other day, I found myself replying to him when he said Ben Wallace was a traitor, and I said, I hate you, but you're right. I wanted to say, I agree. What he said, it seems sincere. Zia Youssef does seem to mean what he's saying. I don't know why he's saying it, or what, I don't know. But I think he's trying to counter the left of Reform, which is including a lot of the leadership. I think he'd probably be doing that even if Restore wasn't there, because he just feels like Reform is just becoming another Tory party, which is what Tice will do, and Farage will do.
What I see is, though, again, to come back to last week, it's remember that little bridge? The little bridge. People saying they like Zia Youssef now. It's like a little bridge back to be like,
exactly.
Reform said a few more base things.
The golden bridge to retreat across.
complete that thought, then what you're saying that Dan Tubb will soon be saying join Reform? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying if all it takes is the EUSEF to say a few base things for people to then start being
The Lotus
giving-
Eaters put out 7 or 8 videos a day about who said what. That's their coverage, right? That's what they do.
But look, well,
So of course they're going to cover this. Like,
but here, Sargon is literally a paid Restore supporter. They are coming for Zia Youssef. That's it again.
they are though.
That's
There are
pro-
Tim Montgomery is
Youssef.
trying to get him booted out because he's too right wing, because he's saying genuinely like send some people back sort of stuff. Like,
Yeah, but
Because
one
he's
of
saying
the
it's
charges is
treason.
an internal
like
thing.
Zia Youssef is calling Wallace a traitor for bringing Afghans in and covering it up and stuff.
Or it's
Like,
just
that is beyond the pale. That is annoying for the establishment. That's a
But-
bit of a problem for the establishment. So yeah,
I think
it
it's more of
makes
a-
sense to back him for saying that. Like, I don't.
It's more of a
there's
case that
there's
you've
nothing
got-
clever in it.
you've got multiple people basically trying to direct one party, and they're probably just going to end up shoving each other out. Ego,
Yeah,
different. It's.
Yeah.
I'd say it's probably that as well. I mean, rather than anything truly
Yes.
ideological.
There's Montgomery. Look, Zia Youssef is not a team player inside the UK Reform UK rift
It's
by Tim Montgomery.
Tim Montgomery's statements of the last couple of days are mainly aimed at trying to get Zia Youssef booted out and other stuff. It's like Tim Montgomery, all his life, ever since I first heard of him 15, 20 years ago, all his life, he's just always punching right. That's all he does.
Okay, so let's
Everything,
pretend,
his whole life. He's just dedicated to destroying the
let's
right.
just pretend that Zia Youssef is booted out. He's already had positive notices from the Lotus Eaters, who are Restore's cheerleaders in chief. What if the Golden Bridge is just for Zia Youssef to join Restore?
I don't know, what if?
And then what?
Yeah, well, that's the question. Now your base party is being led by Zia Youssef.
I mean, that
Which
sounds
is
shit to
exactly
me.
what
I don't know.
happened.
Is that-
But what I'm saying is exactly what happened. Do you remember when Zia Youssef came in? Everybody hated him because he was a Muslim.
Mhm.
Now you've got the prospect of him actually affecting the Restore if Tim Montgomery gets his own way. Do you understand what I'm saying here, though? And
Not fully.
all it takes is for Zia Youssef to say a few quote unquote base things.
So just spell it out. Like what you're saying, Restore, or you're saying Sargon. Who's the idiot? Like who are you criticizing? What like who?
What I'm saying is, it wasn't that long ago that everybody hated Zia Youssef. Now people are like, oh yeah, he's starting to sound all right. He's starting to sound like someone we can
Well,
get behind.
He
So
said
either-
something based last week. That was it.
Either this gives
that-
a route for all of these people to get on board with Reform down the line, or it gives Zia Youssef a route to get on board with Restore down the line.
Not necessarily either of those things. They're just like, as I said, Lotus Eaters, come what may, even on a quiet day, they put out 5 to 10, I don't know how many, loads of videos every day. Plus there's, orbital stuff like state politics and stuff. They're just covering everything that happens. They're definitely going to cover this, and their stance, naturally, obviously, always is going to be for whoever was the more right wing. If there's a dispute between someone more right and more left, they're going to side with the one on the right, and that's Youssef in this little debate. But it will be forgotten in a couple of days. Like, maybe something else will happen. I don't know, but it doesn't mean. I don't know what I don't know what you're saying. It means like.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't take a lot for people to change their mind about Zia Youssef. That's all I'm saying.
Because he said Ben Wallace is a traitor for bringing in the
but
Afghans,
it's-
covering it up. That's
these
they're
are-
right to say that.
These are apparatchiks who say things to make effect on the ground. They're trying to
Youssef.
bring people in. Yeah, it's not. What I'm saying is, you can never ever for a second take anything these types of people say at face value. It's all everything they put out is calculated to have a certain effect, and the effect this is clearly intended to have is to make Zia Youssef look like a based hero to the Carl Benjamin sort of intellectual plebs of the world. That's the point.
Well, I think Youssef himself is probably doing that. Yeah, but he may or may not really. Whether he not, I don't know whether he really thinks it or not.
That's the
there's no way of
important
telling,
thing,
is it?
because you see, it's not a case of picking who says the most quote unquote based thing, because it's all being done for calculated reasons. It's none of it's sincere. or it cannot be taken as sincere, even if hypothetically it could be. You see.
Yeah, I clarify, what is it we're debating here? Like, are you saying that the Lotus Eaters shouldn't be agreeing with him on that one issue, or are you saying the Lotus Eaters are helping him join Restore and turn that into another?
I'm saying that. I mean, this is yet another. I mean, I've often said that it's no longer the case that social media drives anything. This is obviously a story that's driven by the actual old legacy media, as per Tim Montgomery, right, as we talked about.
Well,
And
also on Twitter.
Then,
because some politics does happen on Twitter, like it does.
Then everybody reacts to it, and then the narrative around Zia Youssef has changed. Zia Youssef was a liability to reform when he first joined. Remember all that pressure Farage had to sack him, and then he stuck by him, and now Zia is seen as the most right-wing guy there.
What's the significance of that? I don't get it.
So what I'm saying, Horace, is that people can be very fickle. They can change their opinions on a dime on individuals or on parties. And my whole thing is that come what may, come the next election, all of these figures will be getting behind one entity, whatever that entity is.
Yeah.
And this Zia Youssef test case shows that people can completely forget about the shit they've said about Zia Youssef a year ago or 6 months ago or even a week ago. And therefore, come what may, it won't really matter who supported Restore, who supported Rupert, who supported, because everybody can forget about what a bad guy Zia Youssef was, which was the narrative around him up until very recently.
So who understand what I'm saying? People here that like who do you mean the rank and file of Reform or of Restore? Who are the fickle people at fault here? Like, who are we talking about?
The alternative slop right ecosystem.
Name any?
Well, I just did. I just showed. I mean, the Lotus Eaters who are literally paid to be Restore cheerleaders, as an example, have now changed their tune on Zia Youssef, and just like that, there's acceptance of Zia Youssef.
Well, yeah, that's because of what he said the other day, which was that Ben Wallace is a traitor, which is a good thing to say. That's the truth. Like what Ben Wallace did with the Afghans was traitorous.
To what end though? Is it a good
thing?
So
I found myself for the first time replying to him saying, "You're right about this." Like, even though I don't like him, I don't want him to be involved in British politics. I was like, can't take that from you. You're saying the right thing. Where others aren't, where Richard Tice isn't, where Farage, where all other Reform members won't. They're all cowards.
So what's the difference between that and, say, for example, based Robert Gendrick?
Well, if Gendrick
Robert Gendrick started saying based things when he joined Reform, do you remember?
Well, what, like that he showed people jumping over the ticket barriers in London or something? Like, he showed white kids doing it. Like, if Robert Gendrick was to start saying like genuinely good things, I would say, well, you're still a traitor for what you did before, but this is better at least. Like, I would potentially say that. You know, I don't know what difference.
Better to what effect though is what I'm asking. Like, why is it relevant that Youssef has said this?
What, like, well, because. I mean, like, why are we talking about it, or why the Lotus Eaters talking about it, or what?
Or just why? Because you say it's an important event, like, but why? Is what I don't quite understand.
No, I didn't bring it up. I don't think it is an important event. It was important enough for me to have said one 8-word reply to it the other day. That's it. Like, I don't think it's important. It's not. Like, he's still in Reform, and Reform's policies are still gay. Like, so it doesn't really make much difference. But I do think it's fair enough to agree with that and support that.
If he carries on saying,
especially as he's being attacked for it by Tim Montgomery, who's a sworn enemy of ours. Absolutely.
Okay, but if Zia Youssef carries on saying base things and carried on getting attacked by the likes of Tim Montgomery and the Tory machine, would you get more behind him if he carries on? Like,
say it again, please. Sorry.
So if Zia Youssef carries on saying quote unquote base things and carries on being attacked by the Tory machine, would you get more behind him? Would you get more behind Zia Youssef?
a little bit. Yeah, I'm never going to get fully behind him because I know. I mean, like he's like literally foreign, you know. Like, but if he's saying base things, I'll say, yeah, that was based and that was based. Yeah, sure, why not? Especially as I say, like it's a battle against Tim Montgomery, the containment agent, the absolute sworn enemy of ours, 100% dedicated enemy. So yeah, like I would slightly defend him. Yeah, in one tweet or something. Yeah, I mean, yeah, why not? Like for me, it's quite simple. Like I'm punching left. You know, I'm attacking the people to my left.
Isn't part of the problem though? And I don't say this to diminish what you say, because I am, whatever people believe, hugely sympathetic to all sides of this argument on the right and trying to find what the way through is. Isn't the danger though that ghastly people like Camilla Tominey and Tim Stanley at the Telegraph podcast use any support coming from this sector of the right to point out in their, you know, pieces and broadcasts, look, it's those awful people on the right who are supporting Zia Yusuf. Ergo, that's why Nigel should get rid of him. They're very open about, you know, and Alex Phillips has been like this as well. It becomes a lightning conductor for everybody to draw into a temporary, you know, allyship, you might say, with Zia Yusuf's positions, if not the man. And that part of the centre right then say, aha, you see, look, all the worst people are supporting him. Right. And that
they're going to do that with everything. That's their whole lives. They're always
they've certainly, they're certainly at a high point of it.
They're our enemies.
Yeah, they
Tom
are. They are.
And Stanley, yeah, they're definitely our enemies.
They are.
Everyone at Telegraph now.
Yeah, but it gives them extra energy and purchase on what is, we have to realistically accept, it's a mediatized discourse. It's not a street level or raw power discourse. The problem is those people have the ability to yank the chain of that big fat bit of the electorate, the juicy bit in the middle that is represented by the Jeff Taylors and what's his names of the world, who are kind of uncomfortable with things in certain ways. And the problem being that it scares the hose, as they're saying on Twitter.
But those people are absolutely dead to us anyway. Like they are our enemies as well. Like that Welsh guy with Jeff, he knows. I don't know if he knows me, but he clearly knows who he's talking about. And it's like everyone who's genuinely nationalist needs to be booted out of Restore. Like that's what he was saying, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is the problem though. But just to slightly,
they're our enemies. They're simply enemies. They're anti-fascists.
Yeah. But the problem is, as I say, I think they're part of a big fat rump of if you like, moderate rightness.
I know. We don't have them anyway. We're not part of the right.
I know. And to reverse this sort of, well, not to reverse, but to use the Stalin saying slightly, but where are your divisions?
Yeah, they're small. They're grossly insufficient.
Yeah. So this is why I'm sympathetic to
do anything with people like Jeff Taylor. They're never going to. Yeah. Well, they may drift onto that side.
How are you going to ever win a? Like, you're never going to. If the name of the game is electoral politics and democracy, you're just not going to win. You're not going to win unless you.
We've no idea what the public thinks of this stuff. They never like. We're not.
Well, I think AA's point yesterday was fair, that those guys are reasonable weather vanes for a lot of that kind of public I'm perceiving. I know what you mean.
That's where we differ. That's where
I get it. I get it. I appreciate it. I mean, I think there's a lot of, the thing is, what I'm positive about is there has been a lot of remoralization of the right, so to speak, in recent times, and a desire to see something change and a willingness to address that. The sort of problems you face are that I mentioned the other day about, you know, the left. They have Alinsky, right? They have this horrible opportunist reflex with situations. I think it speaks to what Hat was saying at the beginning about, well, is there a right? Well, there may be a right, but what the right sort of presently doesn't have is that. I mean, I can hear the voice of Peter Hitchens in my head saying, well, you got to remember, these are trained Marxists. You know, we don't have the equivalent sense of that reflexive opportunism on the right that can actually, they can just hear the issue and they know what the response has got to be in order to maximize advantage. And we sort of don't have that because there is too much internecine strife at the present time. There isn't the trained Marxist in the equivalency of the right. And as a result, there's a sense of kind of aimlessness and frustration and anger with pointing out what the dynamics are that are kind of crippling the response. despite the fact, as you say, I think there's an enormous energy. It's, in a sense, there's a force multiplier of energy. There's disproportionate amounts of energy compared to the size of the people on the right, which needs to be mobilized, and which, as I said the other day, that's why for me, I'm trying to understand this, but also for my own part, retreat into what the aesthetic responses are to this, because I feel that's the only way you can kind of sidle up to this problem in the way that Alinsky talked about as the effectiveness of group organizing that he prescribed, where he said things like the best tactics are the ones that your people enjoy. And at the present, the tactics are not being enjoyed by the people on the right, whatever those tactics are.
Well, I mean, I listed the tactics at the start, Simon, didn't I? It's all the stuff. It's all the stuff Bill got up to, getting pepper sprayed, shouting at a Muslim.
So the payoff is not commensurate with the energy. That's the point.
Tommy rallies.
Yeah, it's like having a loose chain on the motorbike. You know, it doesn't transmit the energy to the wheel.
Stephen Crowder tables. Do you know what's amazing about that? By the way, I said Stephen Crowder table outside Bristol University. I just plucked that from thin air, and then I looked it up, and actually that did happen. Apparently somebody did set up a Stephen Crowder table outside Bristol University.
Monty Thomas did stuff like that.
Yeah, so that actually happened, and the pepper spray was obviously young Bob. So all of those things.
I just addressed the chap was he was doing that. He was doing a debate me table. Yeah.
So I just want to address the chap in the chat saying, you're just mad you don't influence the opportunism. What's wrong with opportunism? Nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with opportunism. What I'm saying is the right doesn't have that kind of reflex that the left does. You look at, hate them as you might, you go over and look at Navarra, they kind of instantly know what their line should be.
Yeah, I noticed Bastani has issued an apology for some reason over
Ardé.
Over Ardé. What's that all about then? Because I'm not on Twitter anymore, so I don't.
Just to give a bit of context for that, and I think we shouldn't get into the Ardé topic because it's kind of slop, right? But a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, Navarra Media had Matt Goodwin on for an interview for an hour,
right? And
they had to do a content warning beforehand, and Bastani did exactly like what he's done. He apologized to his own staff, the people working in the background at Navarra, for having him on because they had strenuously protested that you can't have Matt Goodwin on. So that's what the staff at Navarra are like, I don't mean for good reasons. I mean because they think it's a fascist, obviously.
Oh, apologies to chat in the chat. He was responding to another comment, not necessarily to what I was saying.
May I just give an idea of my entry into sort of any involvement in politics? I mean, all I really do is have a social media account, and I'm a member of Restore. I paid 20 quid, did the form online. But I've never really done much, and I've done a bit of leafleting here and whatever. But I'm not much of a politician. But my getting involved in politics was 2019, late in the year. Somebody from PA said, "Do you want to come to this dinner?" This was Patriotic Alternative group that's widely regarded as neo-Nazi and stuff, but you didn't have to be a Nazi to join it. And at the time, it was set up. Mark Codditt's first speech said we're going to stand in elections and stuff. I joined. I started going to their events for that reason, because it was the only group, and it literally was the only group in the whole of Britain, as far as I could find, that was saying anything about demographics, right? And that seems significant. That still seems significant to me now, that it's about specifically, do you mention the British people, not British values, and do you say they shouldn't become a minority, right? That is a red line. That puts you outside the cordon sanitaire. Anyone else can be sort of abided to exist, if not, they're not accepted, but they won't necessarily be driven out of existence by the state.
And Restore have crossed that line, Horace.
And Restore are staying on the right side of that line at the moment. Yeah, that's why I was so sort of surprised at, 2 weeks ago, when you said that was the moment. You weren't talking about that, you were talking about other things, but that was the moment to say Restore have actually busted flush, right? I was like, but they've just started saying the thing that is most forbidden, that they won't get folded back into. So that's why I argued with you about that, and it's carried on for the last couple of weeks. But while they do that, that's it's not like, I don't think, no offense to him, but it's not like I think Charlie Downs is great, but I do support the call for him to be deputy leader, because he does talk about demographics, and he has talked about Israel and the Zog, or he's alluded to the Zog, right? That's what's good about him, and that's what they need to destroy about him. That's what Telegraph, Melanie Phillips and so on all need to destroy. That's exactly the same thing. To me, that is the fight. So a vehicle, an organisation, for all its flaws, and there are red lines, there are things it can do that would lose me. But if it's saying we need to stop this, which implies reverse immigration, which is directly against what the ruling elite, the oligarchy, whatever, what they want, I still think it's worth supporting. I can understand others who don't. There's so many things wrong with it. But that to me is the crux. That is the cordon sanitaire. Like, everyone else can be allowed. Tommy Robinson is fine, actually. They don't really give a shit about Tommy Robinson. He's not a threat for the reasons you said, like the drunken idiocy of it all, the fucking bulldog imagery and stuff. It's all useless. But people who are saying the British people have a right to exist and have their own country, that has to be forbidden. That has to be stopped. That's what it all centres around. And it has been like that for a long time, since probably the last century. So,
it was noted that Nigel Farage did not actually counter-signal the demand for demographic security when Lowe made him the offer. And that is not what the media are focused on, which is interesting, is it not? Because
they don't want to debate along the lines of demographics, because that brings up the debate. Then people start taking a side. They want it to be about anti-Semitism. That's the ideal thing, because that makes you sound cranky, insane, murderous. So they shift it to that.
I see. Okay.
That's how I see it.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. But so you have a rosier view of things, Horace. You think that the right is not on the back foot as things stand, or
no,
they are.
I don't feel like things have particularly gone against the right in the last couple of weeks. That's more what I'm saying. Rosy, far from it. The situation dire, absolutely dire. But I don't believe that the last 2 weeks show that the right is failing or retreating. As I say, I do understand why Jeff Taylor and Paul Thorpe would say that, because they're Zio Sivnats. So things are going against them because reform is sagging. But I'm not part of the same movement as them. They want me booted out. They want me literally booted out of politics. They are anti-fascists.
What they would say, though, what Jeff would say if he was here, he'd say, well, look, the net result of your actions is going to put Andy Burnham in power for the next 10 years. Because, Restore aren't going to be able to get more than 10%. And if you don't kind of vacate the premises and you take that vote share off reform, you hand in Labour the win. So you're basically campaigning for Labour. That's what Jeff Taylor would say.
In 2024, do you remember I voted for reform in 2024 because my local candidate, and this seems to have been proven right, is actually not that bad. He's joined Restore now, actually. He nearly won my constituency for reform in the last election. But without knowing that, I think I was still sort of defensive of reform because the Tories were saying, do you remember this all through 2024? You're splitting the vote. You're letting Labour in. You're splitting the vote. Do you remember? Does everyone remember this?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, it's just the same shit. It's just like Jeff Taylor and co are just that person.
But do you see that sort of these sorts of talking points that you've been talking about here ever reaching more than that kind of 7% threshold in the country? Like, Jeff Taylor and his mate and all the people who watch them are never going to come around to that point of view. Neither are like the sorts of people around here who vote for Jeremy Hunt, or like you're never going to get these people on. They'll just run a mile if they hear these sorts of talking points. They're not going to touch Israel stuff with a barge pole. They're not going to touch ethno-nationalist talking points with a barge pole. There's a kind of, they might go for, harder on immigration, but as long as it's kind of wrapped in a kind of, dare I say, genteel kind of language.
This is the Tim Montgomery point. You've got to appear sort of reluctant to actually be putting people out of the country. If you look like you're tying chains around them and dragging them, kicking and screaming, that's a bad look electorally.
We don't know what the public think. I mean, PA, it's funny to mention them twice, but they did a poll in 2019 of 2,000 people, which is quite substantial. That is a fair sample size compared to most national polls we see in the news or posted anywhere. They did a poll asking one question, so cutting out all the complexities of do you support this party, but do you actually know what this party stands for, and so on and so on, personalities and that. They just asked one question. Sorry, two questions. Are you aware that Britain is currently on course to become majority non-British? I can't remember. They phrased it very neutrally. And the second question was, do you think that's a good thing? Like, if you think that is happening, do you think that's a good thing? And like, obviously, overwhelmingly, it was no, that's not a good. They may or may not have known. Most people didn't, but no, they think that's horrible. And loads of other polls to that effect have been done in America and stuff. And but as if we're talking about polls about parties, it's so much more complicated. But basically, we don't know how much of the public would actually. Right. So there's a difference. Like, you could potentially get elected by just saying something really vague. Like, parties do that all the time. Manifestos are not in any way binding. In terms of policy and stuff, you could just put out a really vague thing, like basically, we'll stand up for the British people. Then when you get in power, this is very far-fetched, I know, but when you get in power, you just start deporting people. The question then is not how many people are going to vote for it, it's how many people are going to turn out to stop you doing that. And it's just a few communists, just a few anti-white activists will do that. You get those mobs that do turn up to stop deportations, but they can be turned, they can be dealt with, they can be put in whatever, they can be stopped. They absolutely can be stopped by a determined government. And then you can just deport people. No middle-class Jeremy Hunt voters from I don't know, wherever, Twickenham and stuff, they're not going to turn up to keep Afghans in the country. Or
no, but the lawyers will. The lawyers will. That's the problem.
But they can be
also
well-funded lawyers.
Remember,
a government that is determined to deport people will stop the lawyers stopping it. Definitely.
No, but this isn't
whatever law
this isn't
they're using. Well, they will just be repealed.
What about the fact that they basically need masses of people to keep the system functioning?
Are you talking about loads of the state are going to go on strike? Do you mean?
What I'm saying is you send the most based person from Restore into number 10 with a great thumping majority, and they go, oh, okay, great, let's do some remigration. Day one, Bank of England will just say no.
And the cabinet secretary and so on.
Cabinet secretary will say no. They go. Oh, it's nothing to do with racism or image. It will just
we agree with you. But there's 100 reasons why you can't do it.
Yeah, it's like if you and also they're not actually wrong, right? Under the current international finance system, if you did actually start pulling millions of people out of the country relatively quickly, it would cause enormous problems. Now, obviously, if you had people like us in and we had enough power to just say, well, look, we'll do it anyway, we don't care, then fine. But if you do it within the system's logic, if you do this electorally, if you somehow manage to actually win a majority and try and do any of this, you'll just be. I mean, look what happened to Liz Truss. Like, and she all she wanted to do was a tiny tax cut, and they just cut credit to the government. They've got a million different kill switches they could destroy even the most powerful leader with. So this is one of the reasons that, the quote unquote the elite theorists aren't in favor of getting involved with electoral politics, is for that reason. It's because even if you're successful, they'll just rip the carpet out from under you. They'll have you killed, or they'll just, as I say, they'll cut money supply to the government. It's so easy for them.
I mean, probably a more useful thing for Restore to have done is to use the resources they managed to get from, remember when before they became a party, they were just that kind of pressure group, and then build out a network giving essentially jobs to the boys. As far as I can tell, they have not really given jobs to the boys. They've given jobs to
within Restore. You mean?
Yeah, like set up an institute, set up a think tank, set up an ecosystem that is kind of not necessarily geared towards an electoral victory, but it's just kind of a set of a network and a set of institutions that is run by people with, because that's what the left have, essentially. There's the left
an infrastructure of talent and persuasion.
Right, but, this recent appointment that Rupert's made, you said, I mean, this is not like if
someone's made.
It's somebody, it's not our boys, it's somebody else's boys type thing.
Oh yeah. So what I should have said about that earlier is that like with appointments like him and that Scott Benson guy, and other people who are directly against what the at least the most prominent parts of the Restore base want. That seems to me like moves. This is completely speculative though, but it seems like if anything, someone like Alistair Harrison or whoever, like a Civnat though, comes to Lowe and says, "Well, we should bring this guy in. He's great. Like, trust me." And Lowe trusts that person, doesn't look into it much, and just says, "Okay, yeah." And that person does it as a move against the likes of Charlie Dance, even also Steve Laws and whoever, like to try and get them to quit the party.
Or to sideline them sufficiently such that Restore might look like an attractive prospect to merge with eventually.
Yeah, I can never tell whether it's Lowe doing it though. That's why I keep asking this question on Twitter: who brought him in? Like, can someone answer that? Obviously, if anyone can answer that, they're going to reveal that they're also leaking from the inside, so they're probably not going to answer me. But I'm trying to say that's the crucial question. It's like, who's doing this? If it is Lowe, then Lowe is the problem. Then Restore itself is the problem, and there's probably no hope. But why was it done by the social media accounts rather than Lowe doing a video?
What I envisage, Horus, is one big party where there is essentially three wings. Nigel is the sensible centre. The likes of Montgomery as the wet, and the likes of Rupert as the dry, or the likes of Zia Youssef as the harder edge. Obviously, that can't happen, with someone like Charlie there. But they could always just kind of, even Jeff Taylor's Welsh boyo mate said, "No, you don't have to sack him, just demote him, or bring in just have him surrounded." What if they just brought in Zia Youssef for a while? They'd just say, "Oh, look, Zia Youssef's got a lot more kind of experience, and he's got a lot more things. You just work under him for a while, and maybe in a couple of years we'll give you more responsibilities or something." So they wouldn't even have to. You just create a new department above. That's what they do in business all the time.
I would disagree with one thing there. Like, they can't do that. They can't do that without people noticing. I can assure you of that without spelling it out. Like, no, there's people watching for exactly that all the time, and they or we will make the biggest noise. Like, it won't go. It definitely can't be done silently.
So what? Let's say
get rid of Downs. If they get rid of Downs, they're basically splitting the party on purpose. Like,
okay, well, let's say they do it, and what then? Zuma historian chimps out on Twitter. Okay, what now?
Well, then they will lose a lot of their support.
But we've been down the always chimp route already, because in America they had the idea that if they always chimp, Trump will cuck to Twitter essentially.
Right, you keep making it really happen. Trump is a different thing. Trump is a fake. We don't know that with Lowe. Lowe is some sort of mixture. It's a strange phenomenon, but like Lowe is sort of half in the Boomer Tory sort of camp, and half he is the guy who on video in his own voice said we must not become a minority. So he's some sort of both. He's in and out. He's like, but Trump was just in. Trump was controlled by Israel. Like, so it's not the same thing. Like, I just think the comparisons to Trump don't make sense. But I did want to say one other thing. Like what Hat said about electoral politics. Like, yeah, much vindicates the clip this out if you want. Much vindicates the idea of just staying out of electoral politics altogether. But I would say again to mention PA, I joined them never thinking, well, if there's any world in which they could ever become a government, it's like 6 or 7 elections down the line. But even that would be a far-fetched, right? Highly unlikely. But I still thought it was worth supporting them because they were a campaigning body.
But this is it. This is it. You see,
specifically the forbidden topic. And
that's it.
Are currently doing that. Restore are currently doing that.
If I felt they could do that, then I would be more positive about them. And this again, like this is. I mean, remember earlier this year when Restore came around. I mean, AA was. I mean, there's been an idea that's going around recently that this quote unquote gang of elite theorists came and destroyed Restore. Like somehow the four of us on the internet that talk about that are responsible for it. Like so, but I mean, you have to remember, right? AA was in favor of it. I was skeptical, but said, look, as long as Rupert Lowe can get over certain basic challenges, then it should be a good organization. And as you say, Horace, I don't think anyone with a brain was going, "Oh, they're going to win elections." It was that, well, this could be a really good. This is the perfect vehicle to bring young, talented right wing men into the world of politics, essentially, where they might be able to do some good and sort of begin to actually put some territory down, if you like. But of course, it didn't happen because because he's a clueless old boomer immediately started recruiting from, little squeaky Tory boy media types and people that adjacent to Israel Tomlinson and this kind of thing. So it's all it all ended up being much of a much, and I don't think Rupert Lowe has any concrete plan. I personally think he's in it to. I think for him, Restore is a way to leverage his own position via the kind of further echelons of the right wing in Britain. I think he's using it to climb the ladder against Farage as the voice of the right wing. Personally, I don't think it's being used.
That last bit I don't agree with. Like, I agreed with most of what you said, but I don't think Lowe is old. He's quite old, and he got into politics quite old. Like, I just think there's this. Anyway, sorry, we could argue about this forever. I did want to say something about the debates of the last 2 weeks. It was, like the first sort of, I don't know, split in the elite theorists versus the opposite, the demotic theorists like me. The first split, as far as I know, it was 2 Wednesdays ago, because I didn't agree with the arguments that AA was making at that time, although you have said some different things on other streams. But then there was a couple of days later, Morgoth was I think pretty annoyed with what you'd said on that stream, AA. But I think Morgoth is maybe had some residual annoyance from a couple of years ago. I found some tweets from 2024 where you'd been arguing about what elite theory was going to mean for the British government after that election. I don't know if you remember this, but he quite an annoyed tweet at you back then, which I came across because I remember the phrasing he used. He said, I'm sorry, I'm not backing him or you on this. He said something about, he said, there's too much detail. I won't go into it all, but and then Woes obviously did a post on Substack, and it's definitely not just against you and AA and maybe Simon or Blunt. It's also John Sweeney has got this insulting style. I met these guys last year. I like them. They're great. Scrum Pen Evening, I liked them both. Very warm and friendly to me. But they, especially John, has got an insulting, goading style that he uses on everyone, and it's caused a lot of aggravation. I think he thinks it's funny, or he thinks it's good because he used to do it on 4chan or something. I don't know, but it's just
abrasive. He's abrasive.
Yeah. And why is all your insults directed at people on our side? That confuses me. It's why are you're always making enemies on our side? Just today, he's completely burnt bridges with Bo. Bo also reacted angrily to him and stuff. I was like, what the fuck is this achieving? So when we have these angry attacks against the elite theorists, it's 5 different things at once, guys. For me, it's also stuff that even Gavin Bobby, who I support, things that he's said recently and over the last few years, because he said himself that he's smug about Restore doing badly in elections. Nick Griffin is another one. For the last 6 or 7 years, he's been trying to doom everyone out of politics. And when I tried to question him on it, when me and Simon Harrison had him on a podcast, admittedly this was 6 years ago, but I thought his answers were strangely not necessarily honest. He used politicians' tactics to avoid me following up questions. I'm sorry, this is a great amount of very fine detail, but it tapped into a debate that actually I've been part of for 7 years now. PA, were the leaders of PA were another part of it, because they were for elections and then they all turned against it, but they didn't announce that they turned against it. So it turned from a potentially electoral organisation to just a banner drops, community building, as what they call community building, leafleting and stuff, and not elections. But they never announced it. That's why Homeland came about. Homeland was founded out of PA by people who were like, well, we're still for the election. We're still for trying to do elections. And you never... So that's how Homeland split off from PA. So Homeland was kind of and that's part of what John Sweeney's problem with Morgoth is, right? Is that Morgoth once tweeted something in support of Homeland. And on that basis, John has ridiculed him, really severely ridiculed him with a Fell for It Again award, which implies that you're an idiot. It's calling him an idiot. calling him a mug. Like, what the fuck is this achieving? Like, and so you're in a band with John and Evelyn, therefore that rubs off on you, and so on.
Yeah,
A lot of
yeah.
personal. You know.
People are asking if Hat is the unofficial fifth.
Simon the
elite
manager
theorist.
as well.
No.
If you have a look at this, Hat would be what was his name? Rick Moranis. Do you remember there was like he was like the fifth Ghostbuster.
Oh, he was in Ghostbusters 2. Yeah, he was
Rick Moranis, right?
Yeah.
Unless you'd rather be Janine on the phone, you know. But anyway, shall we?
I got that wrong. Rick Moranis was the keymaster in Ghostbusters.
I just want to say I'm standing above the fight on this, not in a sense of looking down on people, but I'm taking the Bowden pill on this of trying to keep people together in their difference and to try and find the solutions that, as you say, Horace, it's very difficult to tell people when people are presenting an altruistic energy politically to try and see change happen, to then tell them not to be personally involved in some way in politics
and leave it to the enemy.
It's a frustrating paradox for all concerned, and I think that's the
we're
difficulty
not idiots
we have
to get
here.
it wrong, right?
I think
it's not
you shouldn't
idiotic
think of people
to
as
get the wrong
idiots.
side
You
of
should
that,
think
I
of
think.
how to improve your persuasion.
I think one of the better things to do, because everybody always say, well, what should I do? What should I do? I think even Woes asked me, what should we do then? What should we do? And I think it was Alex Masters who said it once on one of those interviews I did. He said, why are people like trying to affect politics on a national level when we can't even like build a shed? Right. And I think that like genuinely it would be good if people could just get, I don't know, let's say a pool hall, get a snooker hall up and running, run that for a while, just run anything. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
If you're able to get the level of organization to run something like that, then you'll have a base, you'll have a proven basis to build a network out. Whereas beelining to the hyper reality of national politics is already at a level of it's like you're kind of pipe dream. You can't even, like, you literally haven't run something on the level of a chess club or a snooker hall. So how are you going to manage? How are you going to like expect to run the government or expect to affect change on that level? But my view is that social media and X and figures like Elon Musk basically encourage this delusion. They encourage the kind of idea that you're making a difference, much like Bill in my little story at the start here. It's kind of like, well, what are you really doing? You're telling yourself you've done something and you've made a difference and you made a big change in the moment. Kind of makes you feel good. It's a dopamine hit. But at the end of the day, you've just done nothing. Basically, you've just not like the sum total of Bill's activities is that he's increased his profile within a niche online ecosystem, but he's no step closer to actually fixing any of the problems of the country. So that is that's what I would say, is that, in a way, organize something else, something non-political first. And once you've proven that you can do that, then you might start thinking about, scaling up in a way. But trying to do it with national level politics is almost like trying to like sprint before you can even crawl. So that's my view. But
to say it in a wanky left way, you'd say your praxis needs to be where your theory of action begins.
Something like this, yeah, something like this. And recently, one of the reasons I've been going on about the self-actualizing and mindset stuff and sort yourself out first is that, again, the stuff I was saying last week and the week before, if you haven't got the level of self-discipline, for example, to be able to control your emotions or be able to control your personal habits or be able to, what chance have you got of organizing anything else when you can't even get your own life under control? Understand what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, and these are points that Julius Evola made in Handbook for Right-Wing Youth about 50, 60 years ago. It hasn't really changed. It's like, well, otherwise, you might as well just be mashing the cream cake in your face. So anyway, that's just my view on it.
Are you still having just one Wagyu steak a day? Is it still working?
No, I've moved on to chicken now. I got sick of steak. In fact, the thought of having a Wagyu steak makes me feel a bit sick now. So I've moved on to various. I've had Louisiana chicken. I've had, I had Coronation chicken last night, and
nowhere near as filling.
Yes, but it does accelerate weight loss even more if it's just chicken rather than a steak.
Simon, I appreciate that you picked up on what I replied to John or Evelyn the other week, and I could tell I had made at least one sensible point in there, and you picked up on it, which is that, like just laughing at people for trying. I know that many of our efforts in politics are futile, or even worse than futile. But just laughing and ridiculing people for trying without, I mean, like the alternative of, like, AA, you've said just repair the church roof. Well, whether I do that or not, I'm still interested in politics. I am. And I do want to, even if it's just in a small way, I do want to try and affect what happens, especially as the whole field is dominated by our worst enemies. And they're literally passing laws to basically eradicate us. Like, it's just natural to try and push back in some way, even if it doesn't work.
I mean, I do. If they listen to this, I've said this to them in person, and I say it to them every time I'm with them. That, Hat. I will always say, Scrump and Evelyn, they do need to rein in their worst instincts. It would be good if they could get a bit more academic agent mindset. Simon, right? I don't. Yeah. I do not dispute that they are prickly characters, to say the least, and they don't do themselves.
In person, they were terribly friendly in person. I very much enjoyed meeting you both.
No, I mean, if they're friendly, they're nice people, but they've got this kind of spikiness about them that rubs people up the wrong way. It would be good if they were able to. I mean, I would encourage them to leave Twitter and not get into those fights all the time. And
Morgoth doesn't take kindly to being goaded, and he's not an idiot.
Blamblast,
drop the slop as well. Blamblast, please, just drop the slop. It's not 100% solved.
It's just fundamentally a tactical problem as I see it. And I'll tie it back to Curtis, as I always try to do. It's the point he made in interviews about when the liberal class got a shock over Brexit, the fact that the people voted a certain way. What did they do? They resorted to calling them stupid, and they lost those people in the Brexit voting classes forever.
Remember those days? Fucking hell. 2016 to 2019. Amazing times.
I mean, I agree that my fellow elite theorists could do with being a little bit more diplomatic in a way.
I think I'll just say as well. I mean, I'm very good friends with John and Evelyn, and they as I've said to them before, I think I totally get it. I totally get the frustration. I totally get the annoyance with everyone, often just willfully being stupid and making mistakes. But maybe the rhetorical nuclear option every time as the first response is not always productive.
So there we are. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there are some people who think that I tactically employ them as attack dogs and things like that. That has never been the case. I have always tried to be a voice of diplomacy in these sorts of things. But it is what it is. You can go back to why it's so hard to organize on the quote unquote online right, because of the personality traits that people have, disagreeableness and egotism and all the rest of it, But it is what it is. Shall we get back to Curto, Simon?
Why can't everyone just get along, as I always say?
Ding, 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 ding.
You see, but just in the interest of making a serious point, if you go back and read that article, it's a catch-22, and this is actually right there in the heart of elite theory. You can read Robert Michel's Political Parties. Right, Robert Michel's himself was what we might call today a sensitive young man. Right, he was kind of, he had political hopes and dreams, but he was a prickly character and an intellectual and all the rest of it. And of course, he was never going to get on. in the political parties, right? So this is why he ended up being an elite theorist. The trouble is that when you select out all of the prickly personalities, you then lose
the energy,
dynamism, originality, creativity, because the sorts of people who are able to get along and conform and play the political game then are exactly the sort of people that we've got in power now. It's the lanyard class. It's the sorts of people that you find in bureaucracies everywhere. So it's the challenge really is to how do you bring in the prickly personalities who do things, do create things. And John is brilliant, right? I know that given the ball, he'll run with it and he'll do a good job if he can just not piss everybody off for long enough. and that is being an issue all throughout history.
We talked about this the other day on our stream with Pan Mahad about Clockwork Orange, about Alex in Clockwork Orange, and saying, look, he's a vital, energetic, cunning, intelligent young man. What do you do with that energy? Can you use that energy for something useful, or do you just make him an automaton?
I'd also like to caveat. I don't really want to. I don't think this. Perhaps this isn't the best place to be talking about this on this show. We're not here, right? This is maybe a little bit out of sorts for us to be saying this.
No, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. I'd say it. But you understand that the catch-22, right? It's like you kind of. I mean, look at someone like Ed Dutton, right? He's mad as a hatter, and is eccentric, and I don't think he'd be offended with me saying that. Okay, and he's obviously got a spark of something in him, right? You can say he says outrageous things, he's funny and so on, but like you can't imagine him running a government department or something like that, not without like security rails or something. Like you'd need to build organization around him while accepting that he's going to be a difficult personality. And this is one of those things that it's like it's a problem that the Bolsheviks had to come back to Curto. It's a problem that the mid-century Germans had. It's a problem that every political organization ever has had. And where things have gone in what we call managerialism or the managerial class is that over time, these sorts of people are systematically selected out now, such that, let's say in the modern day Tory party, you don't even get characters anymore because everybody is kind of a conformist. So you don't even get the Norman Tebbits or the bruisers of the past because everybody's kind of like a manager now,
And if we get to the bit today about the Ukrainian independence moment and Leonid Kravchuk, the first president of Ukraine, and the way he was a communist, and then he subtly flipped himself. Essentially, it's a matter of if you've got the right sort of person who is driven enough and is adept at code switching at the right moment, then perhaps you might get somewhere in terms of adjusting yourself into the seat of power.
Let's have a little look. What's that building there? Is that in Moscow? Is it?
Is it a bit of the Kremlin, Red Square, something like that? I don't know.
It kind of reminds me of Royal Holloway building. If anybody's ever seen that, kind of looks really similar to it. Interesting. The more, just to be serious again for a second about the prickly personalities, one of the things I've noticed since I've been on Substack is that there's a lot of interesting people on there. And one of the people I follow on there, Horus, is Stryker, right? And I'm thinking the amount of people in the world who know the stuff that they do is really, really small. And yet all they do all day is attack each other. It's like it's fucking tragic. It's just like, my God, like how, like there are literally 12 of you in the world, and all you do is fucking slag each other off all day. It's like, so I mean, this problem that we're talking about really is like a genuine impediment to any ability to organize whatsoever. Because somebody like Stryker, like John, just can't stop fighting. it's like kind of I don't know what it is. It's like maybe you get something from the fight. Maybe it's like that's the substitute, the surrogate activity, the dopamine hit. You're getting it from the conflict itself, the intellectual stimulation from it. You know.
This reminds me what I do value about Evelyn and Scrump a great deal is that they've done many excellent streams apart from like sort of bodies of the state. Sometimes it's just about containment. I can't remember specific streams, but I watched pretty much all of them. And I think Joseph Jordan is very, very extremely averse to any sort of containment or Jewish infiltration or I don't know, however he sees it. He's one of the most sort of, what's the word, like fractious? Is that the word?
No, it's just impossible. It's like impossible to get on with for any amount of time for any people. And yet he's done, in my view, he's done some great work in the past as well. But it's just he cannot. And this is the thing, is like, it's a different skill set, you see. The political organization is a very particular skill set. And in order to be able to do it well, you need to be able to like curb those edges or channel it in such a way that it's not gonna bring the whole thing down. And when it comes to attempts to kind of organize, those sorts of characters obviously are gonna want to do it themselves, but then because they don't have the right personality type or something, it doesn't get anywhere. And if you have a look at so many different attempts to organize, it all breaks down ultimately because somebody's had an ego clash, somebody's fallen out, it's never really over. It's over like really pathetic, niggling little things. You mentioned Nick Griffin, Horace. Like he has a fine mind, I would say, Nick Griffin. But could he get on with Bowden? No. Right? I mean, this comes down to really small things like this. And anyway,
to quote Tacitus on the Britons, nothing has helped us Romans more than their inability to cooperate.
Talking of that is it specifically a British thing? Interesting, I don't know. But like back when I was involved with PA as well, one thing I noticed, I mean, there's a lot of sort of like not PA but orbital Telegram groups. That was the thing at the time. And I saw several of them. I mean, I think I left them when this happened, but like I saw several of them descend into literally interminable, unsolvable arguments between pagans and Christians over whether our movement or our organization has to be one or the other. And it's like, obviously, whichever way you go, you're just going to exclude everyone else. So it can't be either of those things officially, obviously. Yeah. But they were determined to fight to the death. They would never give up. And I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. It was unbelievable. Yeah. There's no solution to that. It's just like, you've both got to shut up, and they're not going to.
So, and ultimately, if you scale that up all the way, this is why a man like Jeremy Hunt becomes the Chancellor. To put it in real terms, this is why it's Jeremy Hunt and not like your mate on Telegram. Anyway, let's carry on.
National Socialists are not right wing though. They're neither left nor right, so it doesn't apply to them. What you wrote, you wrote an article about why the right can never organise.
Mm-hmm.
None of that applies.
I don't get into that.
It's not on the right, so.
Who is that?
Felix Dzerzhinsky. He was the founder of the secret police, the Cheka, in the Tsar's time.
He was Polish upper class birth, but when Poland was part of the Russian Empire, so he was like part of the Russian revolutionary cadres. And the Cheka is what then became, I think it was the OGPU, and then
Yeah.
the NKVD, and then that split into the MGB and the KGB, and then that became the FSB at some point. So yeah, he's the original Chekist, meaning political police.
Yeah.
And he was known for his particular brutality,
and his Cheka, it's full of torturers. Like his time,
really vicious. He was known as Iron Felix.
Can I ask, why is a Tsarist era statue still standing in 1991?
No, he was the Bolshevik. He was
Bolshevik. Oh, he was Bolshevik. Okay.
1920s.
He was their first secret policeman. Yeah,
I see.
And they were known, like the Lubyanka prison was known as a place. When it's continued to be afterwards, but it was known as a place of horror. You disappear into there, you're going to suffer and die. And they, maybe go after your family and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, this is the place with tiles in the cellar and holes that drain the blood out into the river.
Was this the one who was removed by Stalin for inefficiency? For, not having the quotas up?
No. Felix Kaczynski, he died. Yeah, I think he had a kidney problem or something. He died.
I see. That was the next one.
Poet. Before he was a torturer, he was a poet.
I see.
What they did was they took down the statue. It's about 11 tons, that statue, and they took it to a place called Museum Park of the Arts, or Fallen Monument Park. I don't know if you remember the film Goldeneye. I think there's a scene where they're wandering around a whole bunch of discarded Soviet-era statues, and it got dumped in there. It was covered in graffiti and all sorts of things, accusing the Communist Party of being executioners, antichrists, and it sort of lay there for a long time. And then eventually it was popped up again. The interesting thing is, eventually, over the time, it was somewhat rehabilitated. Although the original statue stayed in the museum park, what happened was in 2021, the Moscow prosecutor deemed that the removal of the statue at this point had been illegal. And a couple of years later, in 2023, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, their equivalent of MI6, called the SVR, they actually put up a new replica of this statue in front of their headquarters. And so he became a looming figure again in people's minds. So he was never kind of certainly completely rejected by the security apparatus, and he was really rehabilitated under Putin, and they sort of honoured his name.
I think it helps that he died naturally as well. That makes you a more sympathetic character, doesn't it?
Can I ask, has there ever been like a statue of the head of MI6 or the head of it's kind of a bit weird to have a statue of someone who's basically meant to be secret?
Be good though. We should get them and dip them in bronze and stick them on a plinth.
Yeah, maybe. Well, who's that Star Trek woman? Give a statue of her. Do you remember the one who was made the current head of MI6? The woman,
Natasha Yar.
is that it? Yeah, exactly.
Blaise Metrawelli.
Yeah, Blaise. Remember Blaise Matrawell? Blaise Matrawell.
And her face, she looks like Mike Tapp, doesn't she? She looks like a woman Mike Tapp. She's weird. I assume the Cheka wasn't secret in its existence. Like MI6 was literally not admitted to exist until like the 2000s or something, right? Like it was a secret. People knew about it, but the Czech, because under Lenin, I think pretty much as soon after they took over, but they announced it again at some point. But they had the Red Terror. That would have been led, I think, by Dzerzhinsky, or at least key elements of it. And I think, there was no denying that the Cheka existed in the KGB, so they might not have been referred to that much. But MI6 was literally supposed to not exist until only like 20 years ago or something.
I think Trotsky did a lot of the Red Terror himself as well.
Sure.
I think he was formerly in command of the Red Army or something during that period.
He was.
Yeah, very nasty time in Russian history. That very nasty time.
And Lenin himself drove it from the top as well. Announced it as a policy publicly, a speech declaring the Red Terror, the beginning of the Red Terror. Amazing, just naked.
The terror in the French Revolution, was that announced as a policy, or did it just kind of?
Yeah, yes, it was. The word political terror was for most of the time, most of its history has been a stated policy. It literally means to terrorize the enemies. until they can't resist anymore. Same with Franco in the Spanish Civil War. The nationalists announced a policy of terror by doing carpet bombings of cities and whatnot. It's all about breaking the will of the enemy.
Dark.
F.E. Hart's with an interesting comment in the chat says Dzerzhinsky and Stalin were politically aligned before Stalin seized power, and so Stalin came to believe that Dzerzhinsky was assassinated by Stalin's political opponents. I think that means that maybe
Interesting.
maybe.
So who is it? Yezhov who come? I can't remember the next guy in then.
He wasn't the next
after Dzerzhinsky.
Yeah, is it Yagoda?
There was there was one beginning with M. Yagoda was in the 30s, mid to late 30s. Yezhov was just after Yagoda, I think. Both for about a year or two, and they were both executed
by Beria. And it was
Beria. Beria was given the job of finishing off Yezhov, denouncing and having him executed. Yeah, that's right. And Yezhov had the same for Yagoda, and Yagoda had the same for I think maybe the previous one died or something. I don't know. But yeah, there was a succession of them denouncing the last one.
I remember.
That's why Beria was a complete monster, but he lived in fear as well because he thought the same would happen to him.
I thought it was hilarious when I was reading all that stuff when one of them basically gets offed for being too inefficient with his purging. Right, that's the first one that you just mentioned. Then the next one gets offed for being too excessive with his purges, and Beria actually made the report showing the excesses of the purges, and then they pinned it all on him. And so, well, basically, like they kind of made him the fall guy. And what's amazing is that report by Beria is then cited by Khrushchev in the secret speech, and is still basically the proof that people have of the excesses of the purges. It's Beria's report. So I find that like fascinating. All these people like Robert Conquest and so on, the actual source is Beria, which I found kind of mind-blowing when I read all that stuff before.
And Beria was under orders to do that from basically Stalin, I think.
From Stalin, yeah. But, I mean, in pure Machiavellian terms, you could just say, well, Stalin was like, yeah, this has gone far enough. Let's just pin it on this douchebag and, wipe our hands of it type thing. It's all his fault. Yeah.
Molotov backs Stalin on that in his book, in his Molotov Remembers book.
Yeah, well, in the pro-Stalin literature, they basically just say, yeah, that guy had gone too far. You're taking because he had a remit because his predecessor was basically offed for being inefficient. He overcompensated and then he was basically like charging people, purging them for almost no reason whatsoever, just to get his quota up. If that makes any sense. And
yeah.
Stalin's like, well, I didn't tell you if this guy's innocent, you shouldn't have done that, mate. So that's why Beria came in after that. But
and so just for people who haven't read Molotov Remembers, which was from interviews with Molotov when he was old in the 70s and 80s, Molotov completely backs that. He said, yeah, Yezhov was the reason why the purges and like these, thousands of executions a week sometimes, that was Yezhov's fault for overzealous application of security processes, basically.
Yes, and also weirdly, Khrushchev gets some of the blame because he was quite big in the Moscow Party around that time in the 30s.
He was part of the purges, yeah.
And they say that because he was was he like an ethnic Ukrainian or something?
Yeah.
That Khrushchev got carried away during the purges and was just kind of, and so the Stalinists actually blame Khrushchev for his role in all of that. And then the secret speech was his way of trying to pin it back on Stalin. If that makes any sense. So
that is one reason why people should read Eastern, Russian and other sources about these times, not just because Westerners paced over all the ethnic stuff. But yeah, Khrushchev was Ukrainian or from Ukraine and one parent was Ukrainian, and same with Brezhnev, right? And there was some difference. There is some old sort of mutual misunderstanding between Ukrainians and Russians and Poles and Latvians as well and stuff. That was a factor along Jews as well, and yeah. That's
Yeah.
usually pasted over. But when I read Anne Applebaum's book, like people, Anne Applebaum is crazy neocon. Her
Yeah.
books are not too bad; they're quite informative, and she does talk about the ethnic elements to some extent, and it was much more colourful. I was like, oh right, yeah. So there was actually enmity between these two guys, and it's really
Yeah,
interesting.
and they actually had affirmative action within the Soviet Union for non-Russians, which people don't really talk about as well. There was like kind of they were trying to bring in all of the other, like if you were from one of the other SSRs, one of the other Soviets, i.e. not Russia, you kind of got an extra leg up because they were trying to promote like minorities within the Russian Empire, if that makes any sense, within the Soviet Union.
Well, there's a theory that's why Beria had such a long career comparatively, is that he was a fellow Georgian, of course. Maybe Stalin inherently trusted him.
Him and a few other Georgians did very well under Stalin as well. There was that Sergei Orgonikidze, who's like a Stalin client. Yeah. I was going to say, like, what the last thing you said there about, like, AA about, positive, what's it called?
Affirmative action, yeah.
Towards the other nationalities. Obviously, the nationalities question we've talked about on previous episodes as well. And Stalin's role in that, because Stalin was the Commissar for Nationalities, one of his earlier roles.
Yeah.
I just wonder if that was a factor in Yeltsin's rise as well, because as we've seen, Yeltsin rose up through the Moscow machine and the Russian Communist Party,
that's interesting. That is interesting. Very interesting.
I wonder if he would have, cited discrimination against Russians or Muscovites and stuff.
I think there was a lot of kind of quite pissed off Russians because of that. Although I will say it goes through different, because during the war, Stalin started getting a lot more nationalist out of necessity, tactically, like pro-Russian nationalist. So at some point, that's dialed down and dialed back up again. I think it was dialed back up under Khrushchev, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, yeah.
Khrushchev would maybe be on the left on that question in a way, like as in because he's mixed race. I think one of his parents was Russian, I don't know.
And I don't know if there's affirmative action in Russia now under Putin, because there's still a lot of minorities there.
More than ever. Yeah. Well, even though they lost obviously control of Kazakhstan and Ukraine and all that, but like Putin's interviews with Oliver Stone from about 5 years ago or something. Like Putin definitely is pro-multicultural, and I mean I don't know if it's heartfelt or what, but I've seen Endeavour, who lived in St. Petersburg for a while. The Canadian chap. He said Putin specifically has chosen like the left in question, as it were, the left, so to speak, in terms of multicultural and multi-faith questions and stuff. He's very pro, assertive minorities and stuff. He's regarded as a lefty in loads of ways.
It's a basic tactic of empire, really. That is, it's kind of like if you have a multi-ethnic empire, the center of power has to kind of, in a way, try to include the subjugated minorities, try to bring them in, because otherwise they cause a problem. And I don't know what to do. I don't really know what to do about that vis-a-vis nationalism, because the two impetuses drive in opposite directions. But if you're a pro-imperialist, you will invariably end up supporting some multi-ethnic, multi-faith thing, possibly with affirmative action, as a means of maintaining control, in a way. I mean, even Blair's devolution thing, Welsh Assembly and Holyrood and all of that, is that in miniature. It's just kind of like, well, give them a bit more power, so at least they won't leave the union. Go on, Horace. Go on. Sorry.
Well, to add to that, I've come across quite a lot of people who are sort of nationalists or face the JQ, I suppose, may be aware that the first mosque in Britain was commissioned by a guy called Gottlieb Leitner, I think his name was. He was the father. He was some close relation to Leo Amery, who we've talked about before, father of Julian Amery, and also another son who was executed after the Second World War. But Leo Amery's mother, on the quiet, he didn't talk
John
about
Amery
was Jewish. John Amery was the executed, supporter of the Nazis, right?
That's right.
did propaganda for the Nazis and stuff, like William Joyce, and was executed, but had some Jewish ancestry himself, amazingly.
Wow.
And Leo Amery anyway was like the son or the stepson or something of, I can't remember, of this guy who commissioned the first mosque. The reason was that there was a small contingent of Muslim students at like one of the colleges of London or near London. And I found that the second sizable mosque in Britain, it was somewhere in like central London. I have to go back to my notes, but the like public sort of campaigning for it was led by Lord Lloyd, and Leo Amery and Lord Lloyd were both Tory diehards. If you know about this, does anyone know about the Tory diehards? They were like
that's right. The anti-independence, the anti-India caucus.
Yeah, and probably the same for Ireland. And they were like the keystone imperialists within the Tory party. That's what
Churchill was one for a while. Yeah.
And Churchill was with them, but
so what was their thinking? Just to placate and bring in those Muslims so they'd be on side, essentially.
They end up loving all the peoples of the empire as like they're all just subjects of the Queen. They're not like
hang on though.
Sivnat in a way.
Like. There is something more to that in that in India, right? So you have to remember the idea of India actually managing to break out from the British Empire as a single united country. It's kind of remarkable it even sort of happened. When I say India, I mean obviously the Republic of, not counting Pakistan. But one of the reasons for that is because there was no idea as to what kind of state you could constitute India as, because it had never been a nation state, right? It was a subcontinent full of loads of different patchworks of lordlings and princes and different empires and whatnot. And one of the British imperial policies was to butter up the Muslims as much as possible because they were the largest minority. So the Hindus had their big caucus pushing for independence under Congress, which was theoretically meant to be secular, but in reality was, Hindu nationalist, more or less. And so one of the reasons that Amery and the other diehards were keen on doing stuff like building a mosque in Britain and, kind of giving sort of seemingly pro-Muslim cultural policies was because they wanted to make the large Muslim minority in India amenable to remaining part of Britain for their own protection, part of the British Empire for their own protection, as a bulwark against the Hindus. I mean, this is also, that's more or less that was their policy. It was a divide and rule type thing they were planning to do.
Interestingly, next week my videos are in a little bit of a change for the Great Thinkers series because I've done monarchy this week, but next week the videos are British Empire was doomed by profligacy by Arnold White. Or Arnold, that's the thinker I'm looking at is Arnold White. America is Britain's enemy, John Biggs Davison. Churchill is the worst traitor in British history, Major General Richard Hilton. And Britain lost World War II, Corelli Barnett. But over the course of that, I'm basically looking at the decline and fall of the British Empire. And the subject of Indian independence comes up, of course. And it is the great contention of Major General Richard Hilton that Gandhi was astroturfed at and that the Indian independence movement was deliberately fostered by the British ruling class in 1905.
By parts of it, because by 1905, some of the elite had come to realize that, as time was going on, there was a growing sense of Indian consciousness, sort of national consciousness, even, fractured as it was. And it was generally agreed that, well, look, this kind of accidental empire we've built in India is not going to last forever. We're going to have to find a settlement. I mean, I'm actually of the opinion that with all hindsight, of course, they didn't have it at the time. It may have made more sense to make India something like a dominion earlier than they kind of than would have seemed perhaps acceptable. But yeah, it was kind of just agreed that, look, this isn't going to go on forever for reasons of practicality, cost, necessity. But that was only a segment. I mean, as Horace said, you had the diehards. You had kind of a general sense of, well, you kind of never retreat on the empire. You always entrench. But it was. I mean, the kind of post World War One refiguring of the empire around the Middle East and Ireland and Asia was had a lot to do with how India eventually became independent. In fact, I was planning on doing a review on my channel of the documentary series End of Empire, all about the withdrawals from various imperial possessions. And I wondered if maybe we could sort of time those together if you've got a video coming out on
Well, I mean,
Indian independence.
the one on Richard Hilton is next Wednesday, 26th. If you note that down. But basically, next week is my Decline and Fall of British Empire week. The smoking gun, according to Richard Hilton, if you've ever read that book, Imperial Obituary, is that there was a report filed literally by the Viceroy of India. And in that report, he's basically complaining that the Indian peasantry show no interest in independence whatsoever, and the nationalist sentiment is less than 5%, and we need to up those figures, which is completely bizarre if you consider he's there to run India on behalf of the British Empire. So Hilton's reaction as a staunch empire man is to say, this is treason, But it's kind of interesting though that is, and you can look that up. I actually looked that up, and it's still on the. Well, there's that website of Parliamentary Records. You can you can actually look it up, and it's true that report was filed to Parliament in around 1905 sort of time.
So it's also, I think it's also, as much as I love people like Major General Hilton as historians, it's also worth pointing out that, how with the modern American empire, we say that, the CIA often works against itself, right? Yeah. You'll have 3 different CIA operations, none of them know that the other one's happening, and it's all a bit chaotic. Or, whatever. The British Empire at its height was a bit like that as well, or it could be. So it's entirely plausible that at the same moment you got half of Whitehall coming up with this kind of plan to build up Indian nationalism. The other half is doing sort of old school Victorian suppression tactics, right? And trying to crush any. I think, a lot of the time, this stuff is just happening.
I think you can see that in Kenya, right, where you've got that Kitson running the counter gangs. Yeah, and then they have the situation under control, and then the next minute, Macmillan's like, winds of change.
Well, this is it. Well, this is why all the settlers, and it's obviously South Africa was the most notable bulwark against this, but they all felt so betrayed because the previous Conservative governments under Churchill and Eden had basically signaled, no, the flag's going to keep flying. We're going to support our white British settlers abroad, and we've got to look after their interests. And then Macmillan basically said, oh no, we're going to just leave. You got to accept the change. So there was a kind of panic, and I mean, also in Kenya, I'm of the opinion, having read a lot of history about it, that the Mau Mau didn't actually exist. Right? There was no central organization called Mau Mau. There was a few sort of odd tribesmen out in the woods doing strange rituals and the occasional farm killing, but this was not a centrally directed uprising. But the British had to kind of make out like it was almost. For their own benefit, and one of those benefits was because it said they could point to the settlers and go, well, look what's going to happen. If you don't turn around and surrender, then you'll be the Mau Mau's going to get you. So it's a strange time the withdrawals from Empire.
So, that episode about Kenya of that End of Empire series is good. I learned from that. It was good. Yeah.
Sorry, Simon. We shall continue. I do have a question before us to ponder as we carry on. We can come back to it. I've seen, since I've been on Substack, I'm seeing a lot like different voices, just coming up on my feed, and it's a talking point. We mentioned Stryker and them. It's a talking point in that sphere at the moment that Rhodesia under Ian Smith was a Zionist project. Have you ever come across that talking point?
Who said that? Sorry,
that's a talking point at the moment on certain people on Substack who are claiming that basically the Ian Smith Rhodesia project was kind of secretly kind of Israeli backed, and that's what it was all about, and that's why everybody turned against them and all that. I've never heard that before, but it just kind of came up on my feed, and I registered it and didn't kind of read any further into it, but that's kind of interesting. I'd just never heard that before. So
I can think of some clear counter evidence to that. But Simon did ring the bell. Shall we watch another sort of 5 to 10 seconds?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, Simon. Sorry. Do you have a real bell?
Yes.
Come on. Play the clip.
I heard the bell being hit too hard there and falling off the desk.
Exactly.
This is much better than when they just made Saddam Hussein like lean over a bit. That was rubbish.
Yeah. Thorough job.
Donetsk is in the Donbass, right?
Somewhere in South Wales. Yeah.
Isn't Donetsk in...
Pause.
Pause a second.
Yep. It's in the Donbass.
Is it-
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it one of the major cities that the current war is over? It's like one of the main targets for Russia, right?
I mean, I've heard Alexander Mercouris reference Donetsk about 8 million times. So yeah,
Before the war, before Russia invaded, what was there was 2 breakaway regions since the previous 7 years, I think. It was Luhansk was one of them. I think Donetsk was the other one. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think it's Donetsk. So they got leaders there that like they were living under Ukraine, but they identified with Russia.
Ethnically Russian. Yeah.
And they are ethnically Russian, speak Russian, and so on. Most of the people living under them are Russian.
As I understand, much of the contention, yeah, they were under duress.
the Russians claim that they were being ethnically abused by the Ukrainians.
They totally were. Like they declared them. I think it was in 2015. You know, like 2014. There was was it 2014? There was the Euromaidan thing where like basically a Ukrainian government that was trying to make deals with the EU and Russia at the same time so as to not choose sides. That was seen as pro-Russian. I think it was maybe pro-Russian leaning. I don't know, but so that's when basically I don't know the USAID and NED and CIA staged a coup, or encouraged and facilitated a coup or whatever, and celebrated it and rubbed it in Russia's face at least deliberately, and then Russia occupied Crimea militarily, just took Crimea, which was part of Ukraine, but I think most of the people there wanted to be part of Russia, and then Ukraine, I don't know whether maybe it was a deliberate provocation, but Ukrainian governments, I think under Poroshenko especially, they deliberately provoked like antagonism. They deliberately antagonized the massive Russian minority in Ukraine, like a third of the population. I don't know, the majority population of the eastern third of the country, I think. And that included, they went as far as like warfare. Then Luhansk and I think it was Donetsk both proclaimed themselves like autonomous regions or something that wanted to join Russia and will probably join Russia at the end of this war. And the Ukrainian government after that started shelling their areas, killed thousands of people. This was like just barely reported, but there was that KLM plane or something, I don't know, like a Dutch plane was shot down during that fighting. There was like low-level warfare in eastern Ukraine between those breakaway republics forces and the Ukrainian forces regulars between 2015 and 2022, and then Russia, partly to resolve that's partly why they invaded, was because their Russian nationalists won't allow Putin to accept, because Putin would potentially let that happen, but harder line, what they call ultra nationalists in Russia, which Russian nationalists, they were like, this is our fellow Russians being killed by a horrible government in Ukraine. So that's partly why Putin was pressured and continues to be pressured. It's not just his idea, pressure to invade Ukraine. But yeah, Donetsk is like the centerpiece. I think that is the main bone of contention. Who controls Donetsk and Luhansk, which is in the basin, the Don Basin region, which is a huge part of where Russia meets Ukraine. And it's historic for other reasons, like the Cossacks mainly come from the Don region, I think, and stuff like that.
Cool it with the pro-Russian propaganda, Horus.
Does that sound like a pro-Russian take?
It's basically the Russian point of view for why the war.
Yeah.
It's the Russian point of view for why the war.
So I'm now going to be accused of being a Russian active measures program as well. But that is as far. Like, I got all that from Justin Raimondo mainly until he died in 2019. But he was an American journalist who who reported on all this, as far as I know, honestly. He was more sympathy. He was definitely sympathy. Well, he was against the CIA and Victoria Nuland and stuff before it was cool. And I learned about it from there. Antiwar.com, if people want to look back. Unfortunately, Justin Raimondo also liked Scott Ritter to his disgrace.
Is that physical acting style, Simon? What's it called?
That's it. Yeah, this is what we were like at university, rolling around in the mud.
What was it
doing
called? Not
interpretive dance.
Not Stanislavski, the other one, the kind of physical clowning. What was it?
There's Jacques Lecoq or Marcel Marceau or Philippe Gaulier.
No, he was
another Steiner and his Eurythmics.
No, he was a Russian.
Oh, physical theatre. No.
Yeah, physical. Yeah, who was that?
Oh, I don't know. You're not thinking Stanislavski, though, are you?
I'm trying to remember. I'll find out now. Hold on.
Yeah. The other guy who does that is Jeff Lebowski's landlord in The Big Lebowski.
For anybody interested, I couldn't work out what sort of dance they're doing there. I think it's slightly improvised, demotic dancing.
It's called piss dancing.
Possibly. There's all sorts of... I actually become strangely fascinated doing the series with looking at sort of, the famous Russian dancing, the Prizyatka, where they sort of they squat and they kick their legs out. I've become weirdly fascinated by looking at videos of that on YouTube because I remember seeing footage of Russians doing it at the end of the war. And
it can't be good for your knees, can it? That type
apparently,
of you probably can't do that very long.
It's really good apparently for your calves. Your gastrocnemius.
I bet you have an incredibly strong core. I just wonder how long your knees would be able to tolerate the stress of bouncing on them like that.
Well, apparently it's really good for fitness. Apparently,
I was told when I was a kid, I was told that was called Cossack dancing. But anyway, that dancing where they go really low and that you're like,
what? Yeah, the Cossack version is called the Hopak. Yeah.
Why are you and I both into that right now? I was thinking about that just last night when I went to bed.
It's strange, yeah. I just get recommended these videos of there's this guy in Czechoslovakia. He shows you how to dance the Hopak, and I'm thinking, I wish I was fit enough to do that now. But it's meant to be really, really good fitness wise. Apparently, a lot of gym bros struggle with getting their legs to be quite as well developed as the Cossacks because they did this as a kind of military fitness thing. So yeah,
and they definitely didn't skip leg day.
They didn't skip leg day.
I imagine if you grew up as a horse rider as well, your legs might be better adapted to it.
Yeah. Sorry, Simon. The theorist I had in mind was actually not Russian. He was Polish. It's
Grotowski. Yetsy Grotowski. Yeah. Poor theatre. Is it? Was it Poor Theatre or Fit Theatre of Cruelty? Which one?
I associate him with doing like kind of what do they call it? Like physical act. You know, but I remember when I did absurdist theatre, I ended up studying Grotowski. We did the Bald Prima Donna, and in order to get the acting style correct, we had to study Grotowski.
Yeah.
Just to ask, because you mentioned that quote yesterday about the custard pie
Comedy of the Abstract by
Comedy
N.F.
Abstract.
Simpson.
You asked if on the stream if I knew what it was. I thought it was a line from The Bald Soprano, but is it not?
No, it's from one of the plays by N.F. Simpson,
It's
where
a resounding tinkle, the play.
at the end of
Right, okay,
at the end of a resounding tinkle, there are two critics who come on stage and talk about the play that's just been on, almost in a Monty Python-esque kind of review of the show during the show, and they just spout absurd like marvelous custard pie comedy of the abstract and all this sort of stuff, and it's kind of funny. Yeah.
I actually got the text up because I thought it was actually going to be relevant to the conversation we were having about the right at the beginning. Yeah, they have these lines, the first comedian and second comedian, and they start off by calling, the second comedian says, "You could call this intellectual slapstick." First comedian, "We are metaphysically the Marx Brothers." Second comedian, "Presenting the custard pie comedy of the abstract." And first comedian goes on to say, "The fundamental law of life is a complete negation of repetition. But I find that a certain movement of head or arm, a movement always the same, seems to return at regular intervals. If I notice it and it succeeds in diverting my attention, if I wait for it to occur and it occurs when I expect it, then involuntarily I laugh. Why? Because I now have before me a machine that works automatically. This is no longer life, it is automatism. Established in life and imitating it, it belongs to the comic." I thought the idea about automatism sort of worked with that argument.
I think you two would like N.F. Simpson and possibly even could do a stream on him because he's got one play called The Hole, where the whole play is two people start looking at a hole, and then eventually the entire town gathers around looking at this hole and pontificates as to its significance, and some people start worshipping the hole and other people want to fill it in, and so that's one play. But he's got this other one where there's this family and they each have like a peculiar obsession, and there's the girl in the family thinks her arms are too long. She's obsessed with her arms being too long. The boy in the family is trying to make these speak your weight machines sing the Hallelujah chorus, and he devises this plan where he wants these speak your weight machines to sing the Hallelujah chorus in order to lull the entire world to all jump at the same time, thereby making the earth tilt very slightly on its axis and cause a new ice age, because he wants all of the people in the world to die so that he has a permanent pretext to wear the color black. And then the dad in the family is obsessed with building a courtroom. He's got like a DIY courtroom and spends the entire play building a courtroom in his living room, complete with a judge and a jury, and it's bizarre. But I think you'd get on. I think you guys would get on well with it because they're weird plays. They're very strange plays.
I didn't
I don't
actually.
know it.
He's actually a big influence on Monty Python, apparently, because I think
correct,
they did it at Cambridge, and Peter Cook and John Bird actually performed in one of his I think it was in A Resounding Tinkle. They did a version there, and I didn't actually know this for a long, long time until my friend Hector Drummond, who is a bit of a Monty Python expert and an expert in absurd theatre as well, told me of it. So yeah, I think I don't quite understand absurdism, but you might.
He was also an influence on the young Harold Pinter as well.
Yeah.
So that's why I think he'd be of interest to both of you. So.
What was this author's name, sorry?
N.F. Simpson.
N.F. Simpson.
Okay,
And if you search hard enough, you'll find an essay on him by a young, promising academic from the 2000s. Not naming any
way.
names.
What are the chances?
Interesting.
Sorry, do you mean Jason Arday or what?
Yeah, that was him.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah,
it was his Meister work.
It's copied, it's not his own work.
They're away.
Sorry to bring it back to Jason Arday, and maybe it's too soon.
Oh,
Maybe it's too soon. But I haven't seen anyone say this, and I just wanted to say it to somebody. Is it just me, or does he have a weirdly, or did he have when he was alive, strangely effeminate vibe? Like, is he a?
there is something odd about him. Yeah.
Was he like a? He looked to me like a woman who transitioned into a man. Is that the case, or?
People have been noticing that he did have a very odd face. There is something quite uncanny about looking at him.
Just straight, like it's like a woman who's become a like who's that, Elliot Page?
Yeah.
Elliot, it's like that kind of vibe.
I think he looks a bit zesty, a bit fruity.
Just
Jason
Otherworldly, to be kind.
yeah.
He was. There's something disturbing about him. Yeah, he looked like some sort of any sort of paraphilia, perversion, or just weird creepiness, or lacking chromosomes. I don't know, it's lacking manliness.
I don't want to go too much on this, but I don't really like Coffness as a character, and I notice he's been rather prominent in the news as a result. I mean, he said he might be killed now by the kind of leftists who are angry about the suicide. But there's something about Coffness. I mean, I saw him at a conference once, and I deliberately didn't say hello or introduce. I was deliberately kind of cold because I just didn't like his vibe. And this is going to sound strange to say, Simon, but I get a touch of the Yargos about him, like Coffness. I just. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, there's something, and now I find, and you get a vibe, and now I find out, oh well, he's now at the center of this storm where he has kind of really quite nastily kind of gone after someone, and now it's caused this, and I don't know. There's just it's just a weird thing. So I always thought something a bit off about Coffness. I'm not sure about him, and I mention this because I feel like the right should be wary of taking up his cause when it comes to to champion him or to make him like a central figure, because I'm not sure if he can be trusted personally. But I don't know what you think about that.
I think people should leave this well alone. The whole Jason Arday thing, actually.
The question of who is backing Nathan Coffness? That's interesting. Like, they will be scumbags. Whoever.
Well, I remember him from quite a few years ago as being someone who was into the HBD stuff, who wrote the article counter-signaling or countering in an academic context Kevin MacDonald. That's where I recognized the name. And then I saw him at this conference and I thought, something, I don't know, just bad vibe. And now, of course, he's become to national prominence as a result of this. So yeah,
nothing but bad vibes from that guy for me. But you might want to listen to Stryker's latest Daily Meander or Weekly Meander.
All right,
show.
okay.
He talks about exactly that.
All right, interesting. I'll check that out, because there's something, I don't know. Maybe you're right, Hat. Maybe we shouldn't touch it. Although I did notice Dutton went particularly hard on that story. It's been all over my timeline talking about that.
I think Dutton's been looking at really the psychological aspect of it, in that because Dutton actually said when this broke, he thought it was likely he would kill himself, because he said, "Well, look, if all this, yeah." So he said that immediately. Actually, he was like, "Look, based on what this guy's fantasized about, based on the egregiousness of the lies, the kind of absurdity of it all. This isn't just a guy who made a few little, academic slip-ups or copied a thesis. This was, I ran a 6 million mile marathon and raised all this money for charity, and I couldn't talk till I was 18. He said, well, this is extreme. This is mental illness. This is an extreme form of narcissism. And when narcissists have their illusory world they create through lying punctured, they lash out, they get angry, and if they can't directly attack an individual or an institution, then very often, out of sheer spite, they can do something like Ardai did, just commit suicide, because it will. That's the best way to get back at the person that tried to out them. Because now Koffnas is in trouble. Now Ardai is seen as some kind of hero, and of course, this is you're doing this when you've got a wife and children as well. So this kind of tells you what a narcissist the guy might have been if Dutton's theories are correct, which I think they are.
I hate to say it. Now I think of it, the parallels with Othello are quite great, aren't they? So I mentioned Koffnas had a Iago quality, but that's exactly what Othello does. He kills himself.
I detest them more.
dear.
Yeah, but the reason I said people should stay clear of it, don't nail your colours to it as an issue. If this does become like Woke 2, it's the start of Woke 2, and he's meant to be this new hero, leave it alone, because
it's another lightning conductor for that
exactly.
They'll accuse you.
They'll suddenly throw the nails in your face then. So just hope. I would think this is going to kind of let go by, but if either way, people shouldn't get too excited over it. I don't think.
I definitely wouldn't try to adopt Koffnas as some sort of avatar of Based or something like that.
Yeah,
that would be.
And also, people shouldn't be triumphalist over this, right? People shouldn't be triumphalist over the fact that Ardai was a fraud and a liar promoted by Woke, who then killed himself when it was. Don't dance on the grave. It won't help. It's not very good morally, and they'll use it to attack you. So just leave it be.
Yeah, good advice. That. Sorry to pause it again, but this guy's got heavy Borat vibes. Does he not?
I was going to say, do you think this guy has dictator chic?
It's kind of Borat like.
He's not very impressive.
What was that other film that Baron Cohen made? The Dictator. Remember?
The
kind
Dictator,
of reminds me of.
Yeah. Jacques Dudayev, he was a Soviet Air Force general. He roused a nationalist movement in Chechnya. Kind of, it was sort of not quite Chechnya yet. It was what do they call it? Chechen Ingush. It's like a sort of area that covered bits of Chechnya and Ingushetia in a sort of autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic area, and they formed the idea of this Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, and Dudayev advocated for that. He got the gangster who's being referred to as a guy called Ruslan Labatzanov, who was actually quite a charismatic guy. He was a pretty hardened crim, and the prison break that happened was a place called Narskaya in late August in 1991, and basically the nationalist crowds had been protesting outside, and then the prisoners kind of attacked the guards and started burning bits of the buildings and all that stuff, and eventually anyway Labatzanov got to be Dudayev's advisor, and the short of the story is that everybody falls out and everybody gets assassinated eventually. But it's jumping ahead a bit. 3 years later, you have the first Chechen War, which is the Soviets, the Russians now, I should say, trying to muscle back in and assert Russian control of Chechnya, and as we saw. Labatzanov, interesting character. Not that much known about him, but eventually he got assassinated. So, as did Dudayev eventually as well, about 5 years later.
Друга надо сразу на Мосфильм. 8-ю серию снимать «Неуловимые мстители». Да? Ага.
Западло «Неуловимые мстители». Там слишком много.
Да.
Pause.
I like this look. It's a good look.
He's not a fan of the elusive Avengers. He's more into the elite theorists.
Oh yeah.
I might keep that meme going. I'm thinking of other bands of 4 I can keep it going. I might do Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles next. Just keep it going in various different forms.
Could you do like a Residence version of them or something?
Oh yeah, please do the
I could
Resident.
even include Hat then as Mr. Head. or
Big
something.
eyeballs.
Yeah,
on
there
them.
you go.
I'm now thinking of different groups of 4. The Gang of 4, of course.
Mm.
In you know,
Yeah. Curtis reference, yeah.
The Rat Pack.
were they
They were
4?
4. I know. Well, because they had members come and go, but there was a time when it was just what was it? Dean Martin, Sinatra.
Oh yeah. Sammy Davis.
There,
and
there was
Sammy
a, there,
Davis and
there was a British Gang
Oh,
of 4, wasn't there? Was it like David Owen,
Shirley Williams,
Shirley Williams?
Roy Jenkins, and the one everybody forgets.
I remember the fourth one. Who can name the fourth one?
I can't remember his name. I was forgetting.
Scottish.
Scottish.
Is David Steele?
Rab Nesbitt.
No. It's William Rogers or Bill Rogers.
William Rogers.
That can be Blambless can be him. Then I don't want to be. I'm going to have to be David Owen because I can't. I really hate Roy Jenkins. I really hate Roy Jenkins.
You don't want to be Shirley Williams.
Well, I mean that has to be Evelyn.
Got it, Evelyn.
I have to mention, by the way, I still think if you can track down the book New Fabian Essays, Roy Jenkins's essay in there is just mind blowing, where he says, "In any Fabian state, we'll keep the Tories around as control opposition." He's just open about it in 1952. Oh, it's incredible! It's an incredible essay.
Major villain,
Really?
Roy Jenkins.
I really suspect that Jenkins, in particular, maybe all of the Gang of Four and others of the non-communist left, were doing exactly what Stephen Spender and all that were doing with the Congress for Cultural Freedom. I think they were the political arm of the same thing, working for the CIA or the State Department or something. Obviously, they would see it as working for their country and stuff, but I believe they were doing the same thing. The SDP, I think, was run probably out of Washington or something. I don't know. Something like that.
Dark. Roy Jenkins is a dark character, in my view.
There was like a Scorpion magazine or one of those, sort of
Yeah,
low budget but fairly widely read.
CIA front.
the one that Stephen.
No,
Spender
sorry.
I think.
I'm talking about who where I got this idea from. They laid
right.
out their sort of evidence for it. Yeah, not like Encounter or something. Yeah, the opposite of Encounter. It's like probably left wing, but not that political. But yeah, Scorpion was one of them. There's another. There's a couple of these magazines that used to parapolitics and parastatal activity and stuff. There's another one now, like Larry O'Hara does the same thing. Notes from the Underground, I think it is, or Borderland. Notes from the Borderland, something like that. These can be really good magazines. Anyway, they pointed out like how many parallels there were between what CIA and Operation Gladio and stuff were trying to do all over Europe, the aims of the Congress of Cultural Freedom and all that, and what Roy Jenkins and co actually did. It all fits.
What I find stunning about the Fabian stuff is just how, like, in broad daylight they did it. It just openly published what they were doing and just counted on the fact that nobody would read it. So
yeah, I read about the Fabians. They operate openly. There's nothing like the wolf in sheep's clothing thing was kind of a joke, right? It's kind of joking about what people said about them, I think. But
they're completely open about their plans and about how they hope to subvert and literally
control
about
everything.
Keeping the Tories as control opposition openly stated by Roy Jenkins. So anyway,
and the fact they named themselves after the Roman general, like they see politics as warfare, and yeah.
Yes to the man in the chat. That is a Dragunov sniper rifle.
Kaliningrad is actually outside of Russia, isn't it? An exclave.
Yeah, it's what was East Prussia. Königsberg.
Поскольку когда со мной обсуждался вопрос, могу ли я летать еще, мне прежде всего следовало задать этот вопрос самому себе. Хватит ли у меня сил рассчитать силы на эту более длинную дистанцию для того, чтобы...
We have made pathetic progress today, by the way. Absolutely pathetic. I thought
Appalling.
Why don't we
Appalling.
give ourselves an extra hour of in penance? Come on,
I mean,
let's
have you
keep
got
going.
time? I haven't got.
Yeah, I've got time.
Yeah. We might get it done. It depends.
Come
It's
on,
only
let's
about
do
30
another
minutes
hour.
left, I
Why
think.
not?
I haven't got to finish right now. I don't know about another hour, but see how we go.
успешно завершить программу. И, естественно, в какой-то момент были и сомнения, что их хватит. Я знал, насколько трудно каждый день, каждую неделю, месяц находиться в космосе. И такое на 6 месяцев продление полета, конечно, было очень трудной задачей.
Передбачаєте, що рабу подобається бути рабом.
Queen, of course, they were a foursome. Were they? Queen.
Це дає йому право на безвідповідальність. Ось на це незалежна українська.
Are you a fan of Highlander, being an 80s kid?
Well, I remember it. Yeah. In fact, I quoted it. I quoted it on a video the other day. There can be only one. Go on.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, of course,
Terrible progress today. What terrible progress today we've made.
I'm sorry, but since we mentioned Queen, I don't know what came first, but my brother was a bit like my older brother. I shared a bedroom with and so on. Like he was a big fan of Highlander and Queen, so I was well exposed to both. And I know like almost all Queen songs, which is way too much because it's not like they were like that good a band, that all their album tracks were really good and stuff. But they did have quite a lot of good songs. But yeah, Highlander, for anyone who doesn't know, the whole soundtrack, the soundtrack's what Michael is Queen, plus there's music by Michael Kamen, I think, as well. He did movie soundtracks, but he's dead.
They did quite a lot of soundtracks, Queen. They did Flash as well, famously.
Yeah, that's
few
the whole
others.
album. Isn't it? And
But they did, I reckon Queen have got one of the better 2-disc greatest hits.
Yeah.
Not many,
They're good. Obviously, Greatest Hits 1 and 2, they're like best-selling albums in their own right. They are like massive worldwide hits, yeah.
Both of those are good.
And like some of Queen's best songs are on the Highlander soundtrack, believe it or not. A Kind of Magic is about Highlander. That song is about the film Highlander. It's quite good. It's not a brilliant film, obviously. It's not like brilliant acting or anything, but it's terrific fun.
Someone in the chat saying ABBA are better than Queen. They were another foursome. Never going to run out of gangs of 4.
Probably a foursome in the other sense as well, knowing them lot.
Well, for a while, and then not.
Нібито концтабір у мініатюрі. Вони лякатимуть народ кордонами.
Pause. Good.
Oh, you want this guy here?
I was just good. No. I was just going to sort of add important detail here. That the guy who's speaking to this movement for Ukrainian independence, interesting thing he's pointing out that the slave likes being a slave because it gives him the right to be irresponsible, and he says that's what an independent Ukrainian state is like. I don't know what he means, but I think because of some of it's chopped up and edited, so the translation doesn't quite work.
Sorry, this is a protest for independence.
Ukrainian independence, yeah. I think the main point is he's saying that you don't want to be a slave because being a slave gives you the right to be not responsible for yourself. Ergo, you want to be independent.
And under Zelensky, that's what they have.
This chap here looks quite familiar to me. Looks like he could be like a brother of Clive James or something like that. It's just got familiar features.
Clive did some time down the coal mines in Donetsk in the early 90s.
Probably a lot of people like that around the valleys, isn't there? There would have been.
He's actually been busted.
I'm convinced there are only actually like 20 different faces in the world. They just repeat all the time.
That's a good point.
This guy is actually from Bedwellty, but he's bussed over to give solidarity to
he's been flown in from Tony Pandy or something like that.
А ми повинні роз'ясняти людям, що
Well, I'll just go and say it's quite interesting to look at the structure of the KGB. The KGB in Ukraine essentially changed itself over. It more or less retained its people and its assets, and became the new Ukrainian intelligence, the SBU. But it's quite interesting looking at the actual different directorates, and this idea of this Directorate Z. This was the 5th chief directorate, and it was essentially made in the late 60s to deal with political dissidents, and there were all kinds of interesting subdivisions within the 5th directorate. There were bits. There was a 5th department within the 5th directorate to deal with controlling religious activity, and that was kind of for the pensioned off officers who were sort of doing light work. There was a 6th department which was looking for subversion in terms of expressions of nationalism. The 7th department used to monitor the Soviet citizens with relatives living outside the Soviet Union, and the 8th department would look at the Russian emigres in other countries. And interestingly, there was the 13th department of the 5th directorate was called the Department of Wet Affairs, which is a mokrie dela, which means wet jobs, as in killing people. And there was also, interestingly, a sub-department called the Jewish Department, which was responsible for addressing Jewish dissidents, including discouraging emigration. And that was part of its fight against Zionism, which was a specialty of the 5th Directorate. And they were very concerned about emigration to Israel.
You know, that's probably prompted by that controversy that arose in the 70s specifically, right? People know about this? I don't know if there's a name for it other than the Soviet Jewish emigration controversy.
Mm-hmm.
But there was like a campaign specifically for Jews, I don't know why, to be able to emigrate, and almost all of them went to Israel, although it may have included... may have been at the same time like Solzhenitsyn was it, because occasionally someone was allowed to leave the Soviet Union, but yeah, there was this. I don't know much about it myself, but I think Anatoly Sharansky was one of the people. There was protests in New York and stuff, like it was like an international effort, and it was treated as especially cruel and persecutory that Jews weren't allowed to move to Israel, but not that anyone in the Soviet Union generally wasn't allowed to leave the whole of the Soviet Union for anywhere. Somehow they managed to bring a particular magnifying glass on Jews.
You wouldn't have got off the hook, though, because UNAA would have been monitored by the 10th department, which was responsible for looking at the intelligentsia.
Well, thank you.
Sorry. They had a department for everything.
That's the Russian word for intelligent people.
Yeah, just a bit too intelligent in the wrong way.
Too smart for my own good. Finally, the cows come home.
Well, just keep your nose clean, and it's no gulag for you.
I was fucking born in the gulag.
I had tried to stay on the right side of Stalin, but then I probably would have got done by Khrushchev for being a Stalin loyalist. I mean, I would say it's quite a ballsy claim to suggest that you could survive Stalin as an intellectual, but I don't think I would have made it, to be honest.
May I add something to what I said a second ago? Sorry. Panama Hat. You know, last week I mentioned there was that series, The Cold War, that I sent you the link to.
That's right.
There's an episode late-ish on in that. I can't remember if it's called Freeze. It might be the one called Freeze, or it's around that time. But it's about like after there was a certain thaw in relations, it refroze during especially, I think, Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter's time. Like relations got bad again, and one of the points of contention was that I think it was under Gerald Ford, they agreed these Helsinki Accords along with maybe it was one of the SALT treaties or an arms limitation treaty or something. They also passed these Helsinki Accords, and on the Soviet side they just said like, it looks good for us to sign this, there's nothing they can actually do to make us implement it, so it's win-win. But the Americans, and especially the Senator Henry Jackson, obviously the namesake of the Henry Jackson Society, who was a Democrat but who usually sided with the right on foreign policy, by the right, I mean neocons, basically proto-neocons. Like he decided he would make it an issue deliberately to aggravate relations with the Soviets because he believed it put pressure on them. Maybe that was astute, I don't know. But that, like, he latched onto, and others like the Helsinki peace campaigners, or I don't know what the campaign groups latched onto that controversy over Soviet Jews. I mean, maybe they arranged the whole thing, but maybe the Soviet Jews were there to help Henry Jackson aggravate relations and stuff. But it was like, this was an international controversy for a few years in the 70s, maybe into the 80s as well. But yeah, it's centered around the Helsinki Accords. If anyone wants to know more about that, yeah, might be of interest. That's where Henry Jackson partly made his name.
Yeah.
Just to go a little bit against Curtis's screen title there, this guy didn't sort of suddenly change his mind, Kravchuk. He'd been a communist since 1958. And when Gorbachev started announcing reforms in 1988, he moved his position as a communist towards what they would call national communism, which was a sort of form of, loyalty to the regime in Moscow, but with defining Ukrainian national sentiments about it, which was something apparently that happened in the interwar period in the 60s. But then as things went on, he sort of shifted his support again to becoming just more of just a small c conservative, over the turn of the 80s to the 90s. And he started backing, there was a big people's movement of Ukraine called the Rukh. In a way, it's kind of very similar to the position a lot of people were thinking Restore might occupy in the British ecology of being a strong popular influence group. And although he said, Kravchuk, he said, well, they absolutely shouldn't be registered as a party. He did sort of take their talking points and translate them into his own political interest, which meant he was a bit of an Andy Burnham figure in a way. He kept his options open, and he sort of jumped either side of the line. When there was a coup in Moscow in 91, we saw last week, he wouldn't say whether he approved of it or not, but he clearly approved of the direction things were going. And he adopted this sentiment of populist resistance. Do you remember a couple of episodes back, we saw a bunch of people holding hands on the street in Moscow? And this was a pro-Yeltsin protest. And he did a similar thing, Kravchuk, in Ukraine. They formed this thing called the Human Chain, stretching from Lvov to Kiev. Like 400,000 participants to make this point about the need for reform. And he just hovered sufficiently kind of, Farage-like at the back of the crest of the wave, waiting to jump on advantage. And as a result, he was eventually elected the first president with a pretty whopping popularity.
Oh, and also, he was then president of Ukraine, right? Until for a long time, right? Like more than 10 years or something. I think well into the 2000s. I think, he was president even when the Orange Revolution happened, maybe, or maybe he was removed by it. And that the Orange Revolution was about 2005.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm being pestered. Your plan hat may be in jeopardy here, but we'll see. I'm going to check my phone.
Pause. And that's the thing, you don't have to nail your colours to the mast, but you triangulate yourself to be the change candidate. And of course, nothing needs to change once you're elected. It's quite effective.
Isn't it? Pretty much every elected person ever, I'd suggest.
Yeah.
Примите.
Что это? На голову наденьте. Тогда я свою туда кладу.
Честь, память о том, что у нас на Лобина есть такие мастера, и чтобы ваша голова не мерзла, когда вы будете еще раз у нас в Северном Казахстане.
Pause. The little joke there is he says, "What's this?" And she says, "Put it on your head." And then he says, "Oh, I'll have to eat mine later." And then she says, "Let there be a reminder that we have such craftsmen in Lubino, and so your head won't get cold when you visit us again in northern Kazakhstan." So this is Nazarbayev, who, as the title say, pretty much did the same thing. And he was elected. I mean, I think Curtis goes on to say he basically he had an election with only one candidate, him, and was elected with 95% of the vote. So
Best sort of election.
it worked out really well.
He was president of Kazakhstan until like a few years ago, right? When he died, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Didn't he change words in the vocabulary of the Kazakh language to his own name, like Nur Sultan? But I think that's where the joke in The Dictator comes from, where he changes everything to Aladdin. And I think I read somewhere that he changed. I may be confusing him with a different Central Asian guy, but I think he changed the name of bread to the name of his mother.
There was the Turkmen one. I think. Are you thinking of the Turkmen?
Oh, I'm getting him confused. Yeah, I might be thinking of the. Yeah.
I can't remember his name. It's like a long name, but
one of these kind of upstart former Soviet dictators, can't remember which one it was now, literally had all of the agricultural equipment in the country destroyed so that there could be full employment, i.e. people got back into the cotton fields and they were working almost like 19th century kind of agricultural workers again. He destroyed all the combine harvesters. I remember reading that somewhere. I think that was Kazakhstan. Or it could have been the one next to it, Kyrgyzstan. One of those. But that was brutal. That was brutal. Because he literally like set the country back 70 years or something by destroying all the equipment. So
like this goes to the chat and the panel. Like, what's your favourite of the stans? What's your favourite of the stan countries? Any country ending in stan.
They're all good, really.
You like them all?
I know.
I've always been
Uzbekistan's
always been my favourite.
Yeah.
I don't like the people from there, but Pakistan is probably my favorite just because of all the crazy shit they do. Just the fact they have nukes, the fact that they're like this, a lot of their politics and society are this weird British era holdover, and just there's like, I don't like them, but I just sort of have a soft spot for them, like the sort of class clown. I think.
Could I have Balochistan, Carol? Or Balochistan, sorry.
I know. My dad's answer. My dad's answer would be none of them. They should all return to the Persian Empire where they belong. I would say.
Iranistan.
I would say I have a genuine, like, sincere respect for the culture and people of Afghanistan. Obviously, there is no such thing as an Afghan. Like, it's Pashtos and Turkmens and Uzbeks basically. Yeah. But I think genuinely one day, if there's like a little clearing of peace, I would love to visit Kabul and and see some of the ancient architecture.
Stan means land in Persian, if you didn't know. So all the places with Stan on the end were run by Iran.
Land of the...
Yeah.
Simon, you can't have Balochistan. That's not a state.
Is it not?
Divided between Iran and Pakistan.
Yeah.
I met a Baluchi guy in the town where I live. I was chatting to him for a while, and he was like, well, yeah, my nationality is Pakistani, but he didn't look anything like most Pakistanis you meet. He looked Iranian. Yeah, he was like white skinned basically. So, yeah,
of course, you've all forgotten about the original Kyrgyzstan.
True. Chatelet, brother.
Chatelet, yeah.
Chatelet.
Oh, Chatelet. Chatelet.
Unfortunately, chaps, we're not going to finish here because I'm being I'm late. I'm being like, why are you still streaming? You should be okay. All right, fair enough. Here we are.
Time, gentlemen.
We got 16 super chats to get through as well.
All right.
Sorry, guys. Also, I did make good on my promise that I would have a look at various gangs of 4. Now this is I haven't spent any time on these, but here are the elite theorists as Queen.
Oh, I hate
There you
AI
go.
stuff.
It's not done very well on me there. I don't know what
Oh
it's
my
done.
God.
It's a very bad
No.
one.
You're Brian May there, or what?
Yeah, they made me Brian May for some reason.
That was weird.
Here is us as Penguin, Joker, Riddler, Catwoman. For some reason, it decided to make Evelyn the Riddler and Blam Bluff
dear, oh
Catwoman.
dear, oh dear.
That's a terrible one.
I think you quite suit the Penguin outfit. Then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
fetching.
make it pretty good. Here's us as the British Gang of 4. This one works quite well, I think. I think it made me Roy Jenkins, which I'm pretty upset about. But
Well, I'll tell you what, AA, if you need, if you want to have me in it, just put a picture of Idi Amin or something, and then just use that as standard.
and then we, is that all? Oh, no, you said Rat Pack. We did the Rat Pack.
Backpack. Yeah.
It's decided to dead name Evelyn here by
Oh no.
for giving a beard,
Oh.
and also we did the Turtles. So there we are, and we look pretty good as the Turtles. Look, so there you go.
Disavow, by the way. Disavow this AI. slot.
Endless fun.
Disavow.
Endless fun you can have.
Disavow.
You're Leonardo. Okay.
So
I was in
yeah, I don't know why the AI sometimes just takes the original photo and other times decides to alter them in scary and weird looking ways. But never
The
quite.
Peter,
it's a-
Sutcliffe
it's a-
resemblance is being noticed in chat.
It's an uncontrollable demonic energy. That's why it cannot be channeled.
AJ says Richard Herring is Ben. Nobody laughs anymore, but he and his puppet eagerly smush their faces into a pile of shaving cream
Oh.
like clockwork.
I forgot about
Oh.
Richard Herring.
Poor old Richard Herring.
Do you want to quickly check in on Richard Herring just for a minute?
Okay, let's see.
Can we
What he's
see?
doing.
Just have a quick look. Richard Herring.
Thanks, chat. Great, yeah, thanks.
Let's see what he's up to.
Come on, we need to see.
All right.
Do we? That's fucking
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah, I know, but it's. I can't look
Oh,
away. It's a train
he's
wreck.
got a bin face episode.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. There you go.
Great.
Him and his puppet.
Okay. No, unfortunately, he hasn't done any puppet action since the 31st because he's been doing his Relustipa again. He's back in Leicester Square hat, but
Okay.
we can check in on the
Poor old Richard.
But yeah, he did interview bin face, I think.
Oh, he's
Okay.
got all these guests.
See-
okay, so
See
he's not-
again. So he's clearly connected enough to be getting all these people. Why is he so alone and sad? at the
Yeah,
same time?
look, there he is talking to bin face.
I might just drop out.
Hello, Count.
But he still does the puppet show as well.
That's bizarre.
Sin Campbell has sent some jewels. Neo Geo Junkie says Simon and Horace may like Oka and Ott music.
I've listened to some Ott. Yeah, I know a few Ott tracks. I don't know about Oka. It's good
Ott.
by Oka.
Ooh.
Oh,
OTT, yeah. There's the
Ah.
Queen of All Everything is a track by them. That's quite good.
Right.
It's very bizarre, sort of like trippy DMT music or something. I don't know.
F Hilltop says, by the way, guys, there's no need for face creaming. However, if that's the last resort to take before participating, then well done. Still better. So there we go. Inspired by Little Cousin Scampy. Soka City says, does ending mass immigration fix every big social problem? For example, housing, wages, crime, social stability? Because I can't see how it does. Help me not be... Oh, sorry. Because I cannot see how it does not. Help me be not xenophobic. So you can wave a magic wand, you end mass immigration. Does it fix all issues, gentlemen? Quick.
No.
yeah.
No.
Good point. Good point. This is one of the one of the big issues. Is it's sort of again, there's no intellectual or spiritual or moral coherence to quote unquote the right beyond just basically we wish there were a few less Browns around. And as I've been saying for years, you're going to need something a hell of a lot stronger than that. if
A
there's gonna
positive
be-
vision, perhaps.
Perhaps, Simon. Who could say?
Oh, yeah,
Perhaps.
Panama hats. AA, did you ever play Double
Great
Dragon?
planning.
I did play Double Dragon.
At the end of Double Dragon, when you've won the game, it turns out it's not quite over. Do you remember that?
I don't think I ever got that far.
Sorry. I mean, oh, go on, Simon.
Sorry, I was just going to say my defrag is currently on 97%. So we're nearly there.
Poor old Stelios.
I literally can't defrag my computer because it's got an SSD drive, and it can't be fragmented, I guess. And on Double Dragon, if you're playing a two-player cooperative, at the end it turns out there can be only one. So yeah, only one player can win the game. So that's what the right is going to be like. So as Panama Hat said, we will boot out all the Browns, and then it will be basically me versus.
You'll still be living in a shithole,
right? Yeah, and it'll be me versus Charlie Downs on economics. Like he wants the NHS and stuff, and like the BBC, and me versus Woes on the BBC.
So like Britain in the 70s, then.
And Simon. It's gonna be Thatcher v Callaghan.
Yeah.
Clarice Bodecker says, random question not related to the stream AA, but are you going to or have you watched the Mourinho doc on Netflix? I plan to. I was waiting for it to come out. Is it out? Yeah, I really want to watch them. In fact, I might watch it tonight because I love Mourinho as a heel. I just love him as a character. Mr. Skinner says £2 to Simon for his trivia win. A lord among plebs. That's your NF Simpson. I'll have to PayPal it to you, Simon. Principled Uncertainty says, I feel unburdened. Nothing more exhausting than endlessly inflating my hope. Horus, it's okay. That child didn't get to keep her free doll. Principled Uncertainty also says, Curtis Yarvin, boo, said, never put on the clothes your enemies lay out for you. I suspect that is not original, but whoever said it first, this was our fundamental mistake. F. Hilltop says, since political solutions are only possible through financial solutions, the financial problem has to be resolved first, and it's not going to be fun. Chris O'Hanlon has sent 1,000 jewels.
Was that last one a reference to the Gavin Bobby scenario? Is that what they mean? Like finances in like financial panic, collapse sort of thing? Anyway.
Maybe. C123 says, can we just go ahead and give Horus his felly now? Do you want to respond to that, Horus?
Yeah, go for it. I'll be devastated.
Horus hasn't fallen for anything.
Alexander Johnson says, AA, did you know that Sorokin wrote an essay on Toynbee's study of history in 1949? It was published by Beacon Press together with Gale. I do not remember this in Prophets of Doom. I don't remember, to be honest. I don't remember. If I didn't quote it, I probably didn't come across it. Papi Sect says, Turkam Bashi commissioned a giant golden statue of himself, rigged to rotate so it always faces the sun. That's pretty good, isn't it?
That's nice.
It was his name was like Nurmagomedov or something and it was like Turkmenistan was like one of the most dictatorial, total state control sort of places like North Korea and that.
Was he the guy who did the big statue of his dog or something? There was some Russian former Soviet.
I don't know. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. Anyway,
is it gargantuan and made of like plutonium or something?
It'd be nice if it was.
Yeah. Tiny dog, 100 meters long.
Yeah.
Dare I say it's somewhat based to create a golden statue of yourself that rotates to face the sun.
Tasteful.
Didn't the same guy like delete one of the days of the week or something because his mum died on that day or something? That's some sort of.
That's probably a bit far. So what? It's like a year in Turkmenistan. It's like a year, like 2 years ago, because of all the lost days.
Yeah, and also time restarted when his mum passed away or whatever.
I've miscalculated this hat because I've still got like quite a bit of cigar left. How stupid of me! We should have carried on watching Curto.
I told you, but you wouldn't listen, would you?
What are we going to do?
Well, we can carry on watching Curto.
Can you clip the cigar and just save it for next time or something?
Yeah, you can. You can if you really need to.
Smokes it off.
Well, you remember when we were sat outside that restaurant and it was like Oh, you're never going to finish that Romeo Julieta in the time we've got. And I was like, oh,
you chugged on it, didn't you? You absolutely chugged on it.
It's brilliant cigar. Those. Yeah.
Could watch some Harry and Gladive. I don't know. I mean,
Is a new Harry and Gladive out? Is there?
The way I look at things is this, right? If you're going to be in trouble with the other half, what difference does 10 minutes make?
No,
or 20 minutes
yeah,
or an hour? Like if you're in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah,
isn't that right, Simon?
That's right. Yeah. Correct.
But that wouldn't explain watching Harry and Gladive videos, though.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of interested. It's about Zia Youssef. It's about.
It'll be shit. It'll be shit.
Why don't we watch the waffle?
AA is going to go home in his own time, and when he gets there, he's going to say to the missus, "Look, in this house, Harry and Gladive is a hero."
I agree with what you say about Harry Ann sounding like. Harry Ann's got this like world weariness that it's like, where's that come from? Why are you world weary?
Unearned.
unearned. Yeah. You're young, you're well off, and it doesn't even sound sincere. You're just curling your lip at the world for no reason.
Can I just say, Harry and Gladive has got such anti-charisma that even when I present him, where I'm kind of half agreeing with him, he still is a heel. He still comes off.
He needs
there were people in the chat. There were people in the chat saying, "Bring back James O'Brien." I'm kind of. Shall we have a look?
I reckon years ago when he started.
Go on, do it. What's today's
LG OLED Evo?
You need an ad blocker.
Who still buys those? TVs?
Use
most people
Brave
think
browser.
politics is about picking a side. Left.
Good Lord.
No, what it is that the missus has got a premium, but she's forgotten a Google YouTube password, so she can't set it so that I get it as well. So I refuse to buy it twice, because if you buy the premium, the whole family can get it. You can get like 5 different ones or something. If you
use Brave browser, which I am using right now, you get the whole full YouTube experience, but no ads. It just blocks the ads, and it's like and it's not like illegal or anything. It's just something YouTube just can't do anything about.
And I will just say that uBlock Origin is also pretty flawless.
That stopped working though.
Oh,
it was like it no longer worked.
But sometimes these things do stop working, and then a day later they're fixed. Like Brave, like once a year or something, an advert gets through, and then there's like an apology afterwards. It's like, sorry, we've updated it now.
You should watch all of my ads though, because I get money for it. Anyway,
well, it may still. I don't know. Oh God, we actually. All right, I'm gonna drop out. I think I'm not.
See you, Horace. You can all go. I'm just finishing my cigar. You can all go.
No. Come on.
Cheers, guys. See you later.
See you later.
Cheers,
Take
Horace.
care.
There's a good 15 minutes left on this cigar.
Lomosexuals, dear, oh dear.
Hello everyone, welcome to yet another day in this Clown Decade, the decade where things are only going to get worse before they get better. And once again, if you want to keep up with all things Clown Decade, please do subscribe to the channel and of course become a channel member. Once again, it is Slop for the Slop Gods, which I suppose is you, my piggy audience. We are...
Can't believe he's stealing my lines.
Shameless.
Are looking into the vast depths
hang on, because I don't understand how
Charlie Downs, Connor Tomlinson, and
how
of course...
Go on.
How can he? Because when you call your audience pigs, right? It's from an earned position of right. You got really earned contempt. Harry and Gladive is a slop merchant, so who's he calling? I don't understand.
He's literally a Reform UK supporter.
Yeah, I know. Who are the pigs then?
Did you say he literally stole your piggy clip as well?
He hasn't. I haven't seen him use the piggy clip.
Oh, okay. I retract that accusation.
He is using that line, which he could only have got from me.
Cool. Dear.
Carl Benjamin, more colloquially known as popularised by Dr. David Starkey as
Lomosexuals.
And well, a few of them appear to be.
Starkey called them Lomosexuals.
Yeah. He quoted it.
Having a bit of a.
From who?
I don't know. I can't remember. I saw it was a podcast I watched ages ago. It might have been Wankonometry. I'm not sure.
Oh, right. So Starkey's turn on Restore, is he?
Well, you know how he's provoking in a sort of self-amused kind of way. You know, he won't sort of necessarily say,
Wasn't he like
but he'll.
an advisor for Restore or something?
I don't know.
Change of heart recently, because all of these people have been against Reform. Reform is just Tory 2.0. They're clearly part of the establishment. And basically, the one and only reason, well, not one and only reason, but a very large reason I've always said, well, that's obviously not true, is obviously Zia Yusuf, who effectively has been Farage's attack dog against the Tories and the wider establishment for some time. And, well, plenty of people know it. I don't know how many times I've heard Fraser Nelson say, Zia Yusuf just seems to hate the establishment and everyone who was in Labour and Tories over the last 16 years now. And he always seems to misunderstand why, given that at the same time Zia Yusuf comes across as, frankly, a fairly deep thinker and comes across as very well spoken. And the answer is because he, like a lot of other people, especially in the Reform membership, feel very betrayed. And obviously for the past 2 years, I have an entire catalogue of it. I've been an avid defender of Zia Yusuf, even if I don't think he's perfect, and I have criticised him in the past.
Yeah, I mean, say what you want. Zia Yusuf is a deep thinker.
Very sorry, Zia. And I've especially defended him against claims from Lotus Munchers, Charlie Dowds, and other restorers who effectively throw him in with the rest of this establishment lot, which I've always just found absolutely insane. And frankly, they're also pretty open that they don't like him because he's Muslim, which again, I just find absolutely insane, especially because he's much more theologically inclined.
Too much repetition. Too much use of the word frankly. A lot of people use the word frankly too often. And your style guide about talking too much is on the money, especially if it's a prepared video. And some of this snark tone, I think, it doesn't do any favours.
We can't really talk about talking too much, though, us, can we?
No, I can't. I'm worst.
Let people in, people in glass houses and all that.
Yeah.
Christianity than people like Charlie Downs, Carl Benjamin, or Connor Tomlinson. None of them could have a theological debate with you. And I've seen some of them in theological debates, and they suck. So even that's quite a wild one, but I'll touch upon that. We'll get into the main thrust of this because I'm going to give you a slop double helping, clips from Connor Tomlinson and clips from Carl Benjamin. But before we get to that, here are literally some of the only nice things I've heard them say about Zia Yusuf ever. Charlie Downs. First they ran a weeks-long campaign to try and destroy me. Don't worry, Charlie, I think it's working. And now they're doing the same to Zia Yusuf, which, not really. You're being attacked for completely stupid things you've said on Twitter. Zia Yusuf is being attacked because he actually tells Tories they're traitors to their face.
And Reform is routinely polling at north of 30%. We've got 265,000 members. And I think I speak on behalf of Nigel, who's here tonight, and everyone else at Reform when I say, and we genuinely and sincerely mean this, we could not have done it without you. Your ability, no, I've got to give credit where it's due. Your ability to...
Is that Cleverly in the room with him? Is that Cleverly standing there? Is he in a room full of Tories here?
Surely he wouldn't be...
I think he's actually roasting James Cleverly and the Tories.
Yeah. I think wasn't it some journalism awards or something a few months back?
Yeah, I think that's James Cleverly, and I think he's hammering the Tory establishment here.
Yeah, I think he got a bit sneered at for that quip.
Support in such a short period of time is something to behold. So I encourage you all, please enjoy the delicious food, enjoy the beautiful wine, this incredible venue, and the hospitality of our friends at The Spectator, because soon enough, you'll all lose your seat and you will not be invited again. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good luck.
Oh my God.
Tough audience.
Another advert, sorry.
I was going to cut that down, but I just love the whole clip. But you get the idea. It's always been ridiculous to say he's part of the establishment, which people like this have done before. They've said everyone in Reform's part of the establishment. Clearly, there is a highly coordinated effort by the establishment to neuter the right and merge it under the banner of the Tory party. Yeah, you've been part of that, by the way. That's exactly what Restore have been trying to do, and it's been pretty obvious. And I've even done a video in the past where it looks like that's what you've tried to do. In fact, I made that video around the time you were trying to work for Robert Jenrick. when he was still in the Tory
Hold
party.
on,
So
pause.
again,
Yes.
So is Harrigan's point is his argument that reform are the true breakaway,
Yes.
and restore the Tory op to
Yes. No,
get
that
everyone
is
back. Okay.
that is
Right.
genuinely believed by many reformers, and there's
Okay.
some truth to it as well.
Well, this is it, yeah, because they're not technically wrong there in
There's
terms
some
of what we
truth to
think
it.
will happen, but yeah,
And the thing that nixed it all was Gendrick moving when he did, and that was Kemi Badenoch's doing. Badenoch caught wind that Gendrick was trying to form some sort of coup, and I think that what would have happened is that if Gendrick had taken over the party, he would have brought Rupert in, I think is the idea, but the Tories got wind of it and kicked Gendrick out, and he joined Reform.
Do you think it was like a marriage that she was going through his phone and through his texts, Robert Jenrick, and like, showing him, what's this? Who have you been talking to?
Well, I mean, everything I hear from Kemi Badenoch is that she never actually does anything apart from doom scroll. Like
Get
she's
up
always
late.
just on her phone, apparently. So
Yeah.
I can believe it.
I mean, I'd just like to just one more thing about the point earlier when it comes to elections, because that's what's hanging over all this. Of course, as we've said, is 2029 will come around or whenever it is, and it'll be all of a sudden it'll be right. We need a single face, single front
to beat
Let's
Labour.
all get
Yeah.
behind. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
And of course, one thing that the Tories have, which they've obviously always had, and it's not gone away just because they lost an election, is the machinery, right?
Yeah.
And the reason that the Tories are able to get seats, it's not because they're based on this issue or good on that issue or whatever. It's because come the day, there'll be a little man in a suit on the doorstep of every old woman in, say, I don't know, Chester,
Yes.
walking around going, right, I've got a car, a taxi, a bus to take you to the polling station, Mrs. Greaves, or whatever. It's the local machinery
Yeah,
that
and-
every time actually gets the vote. So Restore and Reform might have thousands and thousands of people talking about them on the internet. It doesn't ever translate to the...
Correct.
You need a machine. Labour
Correct.
have a machine. The Tories have a machine still.
I said that.
But,
I said that at the start. That's why I
That was-
said that Lowe needs to take over the Tories.
That was the point.
Because you cannot win without the machine. And and if you don't believe what I'm saying, Labour and the Tories will know. They'll be able to have a look at your street, the street that you live on, and literally know that guy's a Tory, that guy's Lib Dem, that guy's Labour, that guy's like they know the entire town mapped out, and you can't. It's the F.A. Hayek point. It's local knowledge. They're not going to give that away. You just can't. But you can't buy it. It's no. It's not on AI. There's no way of knowing.
If you're a senior Tory or probably Kemi, you're sat there thinking, well, look, all this fighting, all this is a blip, right? All this, Farage this, Farage that. It's in a couple of years, Farage will probably have quit anyway, right? He always does. He always chickens out. He always goes and goes and retires for a while anyway. In 2029, when the votes come, as we say, it'll be all the same old women and old boomers and the same old people. They always vote Tory. They'll be there getting shipped down to the booths in buses, as they always and taxis, and being driven around because, as I say, the machine is still functioning. It's still in place.
Correct.
And that's another point that Tim Montgomery made, is that he was worried that Reform knows its polling isn't as good as that of the main parties.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, because when Restore was first founded, one of my hopes was, okay, well, as I say, I don't really believe electoral politics is a solution, but if they're going to try sincerely, then all right. I thought, well, one of the things Rupert Lowe could actually do is, rather than just trying to get into a position of we're more based, look, we like, because all these right-wing parties have this whole idea that there's this huge wave of British support that's going to come charging out of the shires to vote for the millions to kick all the foreigners out. It's not true. It's never going to work like that. So what Rupert Lowe could have done is built a machine on the level of the shires, right? He could have started like telling people, bringing in lots of, young men who wanted to help, wanted to do things. Everyone says they want to do stuff. Well, okay, get involved with local councils then. Get involved with stuff on the ground. Set up an organisation that could literally bus people to the polls on election day. But no, because they don't want to do that. Nobody wants to do the boring grind that would actually help
you
you
can do it
win
in
an election.
one. You can do it, but the truth is that, let's say you can do that in Great Yarmouth, replicating that in 600 seats around the country
Yeah,
is
of course.
a significant operation. It's just impossible. You can't do. That's why the two parties have got. That's why the T1000 is inevitable. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
There's just no way around this hard reality, and the Tories know that. So.
Yeah.
Well, to kind of riffs on a similar point, while I wonder who the anonymous reform source briefing against the use for at the time, Specky, Observer, Telegraph, and Daily Mail has been the whole time. Everyone suspected it's Tim Montgomery. Montgomery basically confirmed it was him in the Spectator article, saying, "Oh, I didn't brief the press over the weekend on that occasion," implying he's done it on other occasions. Which we know Tim Montgomery doesn't really like Zia Yusuf because, and he's not the only one, there's people in reform that don't want Zia to go on the attack line as hard as he is anymore, calling Ben Wallace a traitor and moron. Especially if we're trying to go down the route of, let's not have stochastic terrorism, which, I can understand the reasoning behind that. And even if it is a guilty pleasure of mine. However, Tim Montgomery has gone a bit overboard with all that, even going to the Spectator to, air all this dirty laundry in public, which obviously you're not supposed to do in reform. And if you do it numerous times and too many times for your station, you get kicked out. So he's kicked out for now, and honestly, I support that. And I know a few councillors that are quite happy to see the back of him. And I know there's been some who've made complaints about it to HQ. So in some ways, I'm amazed he lasted this long. But, reform are actually relatively tolerant of some criticism and some airing of dirty laundry. But, you can do it too much. Let's ask Montgomery, who used the exact same language as the source in the podcast and wants Zia to stop cancelling the Tories because it makes a coalition with the Conservatives less likely, which again, Harrison Pitter literally asked Michael Gove, why don't you make Rupert Lowe leader of the Tories? These people are actually open to working with the Tories. They just want to be at the top rung of the ladder as part of the...
In fairness, basic elite theory. Of course, we want to take over your organisation. We want to run it. It's a pretty decent plan. The rotten, dead husk of the Tories, take it over, inherit the machinery. That was a viable route in. Foiled, but it was worth a go.
And it was coalition. Just so I was going to follow up and say, and it was in the spirit of. Do you remember? There's a quote I picked up from you. Actually, it was on UO a few years ago. You read out that quote from that book by Thatcher's speechwriter Robin Harris about what the nature of the Tory party is. The nature of it is that it doesn't love you back. It doesn't have sentiments. It doesn't care about ideology. It is just a vessel of power. And if you view it as that, that explains its success.
Yes, and therefore I was banking on existential threat and Tory self-interest, meaning that there's actually nowhere they wouldn't be prepared to go. Yeah. Even allying with Rupert Lowe, just to maintain themselves. And that still remains true, by the way. Come what may, I maintain the Tory machine will be working in tandem with Reform and Rupert and all the rest of it, because it is inevitable. That is the system.
Do people have a short memory in these spaces? Do you remember when they literally did this in 2019? When Farage had, what was it, the Brexit Party or whatever it was called, and they built up. I mean, I think that party was bigger than like Restore is now, and of course they just did a runoff pact with the Tories. So any seat where the Tory candidate was polling higher, they'd pull out. So of course it was just Tory. They've already done it. They've already done this as a practical maneuver on the ground before.
Yeah, and to respond to the guy in the chat that I said that the public would go more further to the right, etc. Yes, if it's couched in a certain way, right? Where that has been misunderstood, I never said the British public will never go for an ideological right. If it's ideological, if it smacks of National Socialism, if it smacks of, a kind of brittle continental style right wing or something like that, they won't go
even
for that.
Being mean to people.
Right, but if it's on individual policies like mass deportations or even bringing back hanging, right, and things like that, those things would fly. But if it comes packaged with something that looks ideological, then it has a stink on it. Does that make sense? So I don't think there's elastic when it comes to ideology. There's elastic when it comes to policy. Okay, and that stretches pretty far. It stretches as far as the Tories running in seats saying, if you want an end for a neighbour, vote Labour.
Mm.
Right, remember? So,
Yeah.
They basically want to take it over. So they're not against working with Tories. They're just having to say they are now because Reform are much harder on saying never working with Tories ever. Even though, let's be real, if we had to make a coalition with them, we probably would. But, we're trying to make sure that we don't have to have a coalition next election. So again, this never worked with Tories ever. Connor Tomlinson was happy to work with them in 2024 and beyond, even working with Liz Truss for a little while, who is still a Tory. And only recently now that the Restore Sheen has been coming off of Rupert Lowe a bit, they are effectively trying to find inroads to other avenues where they can use their I Hate Tories credentials to try and join in. As I say...
Correct. I mean, that is what is happening here.
Blacklist these people, never let them in Reform. Maybe you could push me to let them be members, but no more than that, certainly. And even then, being members, I'm a bit iffy on. And again, Connor Tomlinson actually really annoys me with this defence of Zia Yusuf.
Telling you now, it's the Golden Bridge. It's being made in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Because he had some of the stupidest complaints about him in the past. Because this isn't the only tweet like this, but Connor Tomlinson did used to tweet like this a lot. Reform have made Zia Yusuf their shadow Home Secretary, and Reform want another Muslim Home Secretary presiding over a Home Office that's been ideologically captured by 700-plus Islamic network controlling migration and counter-terrorism police.
No, this was when Connor was palling around with that black woman whose name I forget, wasn't it? What was her name?
Based and Bougie. Is it that one?
No. She's got a name. She's got like a normal... She's like a political operator. Kind of Nigerian, anti-Islamic. Oh, what's her name? Oh, I don't know where she's disappeared to, but he was like Bezzy mates with this black woman who was anti-Islamic. Anyone remember? Iron
Hirsi.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Am I imagining that? Connor was like Bezzy mates with...
That's right. It's part of her media company, isn't it? Courage Media, that's it.
And I think that he made this tweet when he was palling around with her.
What are we doing here, guys? This is the same Zia Yusuf who left the party when poaching proposed we ban the burqa. It's nothing to do with that. Basically, the only thing Zia's actually ever said on this is that he got overstressed and basically a load of people on Twitter were effectively accusing him of being Muslim and therefore subversive and making vast assumptions on that, and he just didn't want to take it anymore, which, fairly reasonable. I know people, and long-time fans of my channel know who I'm talking about, who were effectively celebrating they hounded Zia out of his position on social media, and I think it was not great of him to admit that, but he came back, needs to take better breaks from Twitter, and, well, there was a hell of a lot more support for Zia after that from the base, who realised, oh, God, we need to show more support for him. And I think that was sort of the first buds of us calling it Zionism, to be honest with you. But anyway, he promises to deport illegal migrants and tackle radical Islam, and they matter much.
Can you imagine that your position within British politics is that you're a Zia Yusuf stan? That's how Harry England. What a niche to carve out. I'm a Zia. What do they call them?
Zionist.
A Zionist.
Zionist.
Much less than his willingness and ability of those making these promises to deliver. Effectively, what Connor's saying is, I don't like him because he's Muslim, which, as I said before, is just such a silly thing to say because, one, he never really does anything that even looks culturally Muslim. In fact, I'd argue he's much more a theological Christian in the few things he's said in the past, quoting Bible verses and such. And I've literally never heard him say the word.
I mean, we're skirting over quite large issues of faith.
What kind of life? What kind of life is it? You're sitting there in front of a computer recording a video where you're talking about a Muslim bloke called Zia who lives in Britain and is a sort of party. Oh, but he's not a theological Christian and that, isn't he? I suppose he's made very pro-Christian statements in past. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? What is the point of any of this? What a waste of fucking time! Why didn't we just watch Adam Curtis? This is so pointless. This is all so fucking pointless. Right?
Oh,
what are we doing?
I love it.
What are we doing? Silly.
They just want small details like believing in Jesus.
No. I think he's a theological Christian. Oh, is he? Okay, great. Saladin, a great theological Christian. What's the point? What is the point of this? Also, because it's again, is this? I mean, just zoom out, get some scope on this. He sat there talking about the fucking Reform Party, right, which is run by some like ex-banker grifter who's going to fuck off in 2 years anyway. Oh, but no, this random Muslim policy wonk he's picked out. He's a theological Christian. He's going to save us. This is it. This is this is the road to recovery for the British civilization. It's this man.
This is in the same sort of ballpark as when people in the height of like the Iran war were saying here, the Ayatollah though, he said some nice things about Jesus. He made some nice things about
theological
Jesus.
Christian.
Theologically, he's kind of likes Christianity.
Said nice things about Christianity.
But Allah, by the way, he only ever says God. And two, we literally have a Muslim
he
Home
only says
Secretary
God.
right now.
Oh, that's all right then.
The
That's
most
right, yeah.
right-wing Home Secretary I think we've had in 2 decades. So sorry to let you know, Connor, but being Muslim does not mean that you're just going to go along with the Muslim Brotherhood and let in a zillion.
I'm glad that Harrion acknowledges the baseness of Shabana Mahmood, my favourite Home Secretary.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And
Well, actually,
these
I mean,
people just pretend they never tweeted. Like,
is this? Do you think it's an optics thing that there's been a trend to just always have a Muslim Home Secretary? Like you just have, or at least a brown one. I don't know, Pretty Patel.
Yeah, I think they can get away with being more hardcore.
But then they never really do they? It's
Well-
people always go, "Oh, look, this is it. This is their optics come up to a
No,
big,
let's be fair. Preeti Patel and Suella Braverman didn't, but Mahmood
Yeah.
has. So.
I'm just waiting for when it's revealed that she's suggesting that they machine gun prisoners. Then she'll meet the Blunkett standard then.
Yeah.
they pretend they never made live stream.
Of course, Mahmood is quite Dark Lord adjacent. Dark Lord actually wanted Mahmood to be the Prime Minister. I can't imagine the public going for that one, Tony. But I can understand his thinking in a way.
About this, and they just pretend like this never happened, unless all of this stuff is addressed properly and they figuratively crawl through a mile of glass for their apology. Then I'm not taking any of this seriously.
I'm still getting spiritually Christian. It's just literally a Muslim.
I love it. But the thing is, right? And also because what I don't understand is, he's like some of Harrian's points are like fairly strong, right? What he's saying, he didn't need to do. He didn't need to bring that in. He didn't need to say that this Muslim man is a spiritual Christian.
It's tickled me. It really has.
It's just such an odd thing to say with a straight face.
I'm going to be
5 pence piece to go back to saying things like this. If any other alternative comes along, these people know they're never getting a job in reform, and they're only saying stuff like this now because a lot of their audience are basically having a go at them, saying, "God, you keep like glazing Restore, but Restore keep making these obvious massive mistakes. Can you like be a bit more sensible with all this, please?" And so they're having to turn to Zionism because thank God it's actually becoming popular.
Oh, bloody hell.
So, Harrion vindicated yet again, but I am very annoyed that grifters are going to grift off this stuff because it's going to make it uncool very quickly. Anyway, finally we have Carl Benjamin. The Tory wing of reform is trying to oust Zia, by the way. Yeah, Carl, we know. I've been saying that for like 2 years. But again, it's this complete turn on a 5 pence piece. Last week they were all having a go at Zia. Every single one of these people will have been. And again, I think the only reason there's been a change of heart now, frankly, is because they all basically want out of Restore because it's not actually turning into the thing they wanted it to be. And they sort of realise, I think, they've been used by Alistair Harrison to get effectively the online cohorts that were trusting all of them to get a massive amount of sort of energy pumped into Restore. And hell, that worked. But now they're all net negatives, and I think they're quietly being kicked out of Restore one way or another, or at least
I think that may be true. I hate to say it, but poor Harrion is probably on the money here.
They're in a position where they want them to leave rather than having to kick them out, because it seems that Restore's one and only policy with membership is we never kick anyone out, which is wild to me, by the way. You can't run a political party on that principle. But if that's the case, they also want them to leave anyway. They just want them to do it of their own volition so they can avoid headlines of neo-Nazis or white supremacists kicked out of Restore, even though that's better headlines than what they've been getting. But anyway, the thing that annoys me most about Carl Benjamin's tweet here is that God, for 2 straight years, it's just been misinformation, disinformation, and straight up lies on the Lotus Munchson, his own channel, about Zia Yusuf and reform. I've seen plenty of them. They're happy to just go on Reddit, see 2 commentators talking about how Zia Yusuf's company wasn't great to work for. Shocking. That means he's terrible. Beyond that, they had Tommy Robinson on, who just completely made up that Zia Yusuf had a load of Pakistanis come to run Reform HQ. Never happened, by the way. Donors dinners as well. Oh, it's just full of Pakistanis, don't you know?
Pause, please.
Zia Yusuf isn't even Pakistani.
Go on.
No, I didn't know about that incident, but actually, I have to say, Harrion is actually making Zia Yusuf seem fairly honest in that if Tommy Robinson is being flown in by the bosses of the wrestling circuit to say that you're an evil Muslim Islamist trying to take over Britain, you might be doing something right, because that means the Zionists hate you, right? I mean that seems to be the thing no one's quite going to figure on is what's going on with the intra-ethnic struggle here, because
I think that,
it's a Jew thing. That's what they're all pissed off with.
I think that may be part of the reason of trying to oust Zia Yusuf in general, is because Reform is not a full vehicle like MAGA is at the moment for them. It's a half in, half out, and Zia represents the half out part.
Yeah.
Stanny.
I actually think that the real struggle is between that faction that you're talking about and like the British Home Office, or like MI5 or something, who cannot allow counter jihad to enter the true. Like they cannot allow Reform to be a counter jihad vehicle.
I think what you said is correct. Actually, a while ago, AA, which is that the British elite as a whole do not want any involvement in the current Zionist flare-up in the Middle East. They're not interested in Israel at the minute. Well, they're interested in Ukraine. They're interested in Europe. They're not interested in that. And
that's exactly right. Yeah.
I mean, for example, there's clearly something going on militarily in regards to Russia right now, right? Yeah. I mean, one of the first overt regime signals towards Burnham being on side was defense and intelligence. They were big thumbs up for him. Clearly, something behind the scenes has gone on. I don't think it's coincidence he's been moving critical government infrastructure out of London, right?
No.
There was that bizarre use of the emergency text thing for the weather. Right?
I saw that.
Clearly,
weird.
Clearly, maybe I'm getting a bit on the kook side here. I think clearly something is in the build-up. Something is about to go down, and the regime does not want the Zionists throwing their toys out of the pram during what could be a major foreign policy incident, which doesn't involve them, more or less. And we know what the Zionists are like. They'll kvetch and kvetch and kvetch to get what they want out of spite, maybe. So, I mean, maybe you would disagree, but I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, no, I agree. I have always maintained that they do not have total control of British apparatus.
The Zionists, no, they don't.
And they don't in America either. They do.
They're much more powerful there, though.
They do over Republican Party in particular and MAGA in particular, but not overall. I wouldn't say.
Well, I mean, do you
blare this stuff out without?
Go on.
I mean, because this has anybody else been talking about this potential build-up? Like what might be going on?
I don't know.
Clearly, it's something they're worried about.
It's all somewhat. I mean, I tell you who has been talking about it is Gareth Icke. Talking about it.
Really?
Any sort of due diligence into if any of that's true. It's just, they've got Tommy Robinson on, thousands of views. They love us. It's all a grift, man. And the grift now is Zia Yusuf's clearly anti-establishment. Yeah, again, I noticed for 2 years. And now effectively they've had to completely 180 on this whole, oh God, I wish Reform were anti-establishment. And now they're all admitting they are. And there's no vague sense of an apology or a acknowledgement that they've lied about Zia and Reform in the past. No, it's just, they just memory hole it. Sorry, I don't memory hole it. And you're damn right if you think we're going through clips now. Take it away, Mr. Tomlinson.
Shall I have Harrion on? Shall I try to build a bridge back to Harrion?
Do you think this, rapprochement with Harrion Gladdy?
Like, God, let's get bygone. I forgive you for your cuck takes on Star Wars years ago. If you remember that was the last time Harrion came on. It was when he was against my pro-Palpatine views of Star Wars.
He starts off by talking about the Daily Tea.
About 5 days ago, they did an episode attacking Zia Yusuf because Zia Yusuf said that Ben Wallace, the former Defence Secretary, was a moron and a traitor.
Yep, he's definitely still in that 2024 insurgent party spirit that we all love to see. Again, I can understand the chat of the whole, well, we're talking about stochastic terrorism and,
You'll be delighted to know, Simon, that my cigar is finished, but I now have to finish I've got about half an inch of Pepsi left, and then we're going to have to call it a day.
Well, that's all right. I was enjoying this.
And Widdicombe and all that. Then again, you think of the Afghan resettlement scheme and the super injunctions and all that, and, the results of all that too, not been great, has it?
Ben Wallace knew it was going on, didn't use parliamentary privilege to call it out, decided it was just A-OK, as did the rest of the Conservatives who championed the Afghan resettlement scheme.
Yep, fine with this criticism.
Can you imagine that Zia Yusuf, under the hood, has got in touch with Connor and Carl and so on and been like, can you guys support me in this? I'll make sure you've got a good landing pad. Can you imagine? I'm not saying that's happened. It would be epic. Can you imagine that?
You think so? What, like Zia Yusuf takes over the Restore Reform kind of camp and then appoints Carl and Connor to
or like just unofficially, like there's this kind of Restore friendly kind of slop media network.
Yeah, but why would
Zia's kind of sent the feelers out to Rupert and just sent the feelers out to be like, come on, back me up here, guys.
He gives them the, Nigel won't be there forever speech.
Again, it's why I can't completely say, Zia obviously shouldn't have said this. Because, well, it does reflect my deeply held feelings, I'm afraid.
Including Robert Jenrick, which is why there's some tension between Zia and Jenrick.
Harrion has a raging hate boner for Connor, by the way. To an extent where it's almost, dare I say, titillating in a kind of watching EastEnders sort of way. They really do have proper animus, I would say, in the old-fashioned sense.
I mean, it does annoy me because people in these spaces have too short of a memory, but there's a lot of reasons to legitimately hate Connor Tomlinson, Israel Tomlinson, as I call him.
I've criticised that in the past as well. Well, even the present, to be honest. I've softened on Jenrick, but it's still difficult for me to actually defend him being in the party fully because of this whole Afghan thing. But hey, he's making up for it. He's just in the process of it.
Despite Zia Yusuf's lack of military experience, he's never been responsible for importing millions of immigrants into the country, including thousands of Taliban fighters, murderers, and rapists, has he been?
Which is where the initial defences of Zia Yusuf have started to come out. At least he's not a Tory, but they've all developed them from there to Zia actually represents anti-establishment. Shockingly enough, that's been my point for 2 years, so I'm glad to see that people are finally catching up. I and people in my Discord and people who've agreed with me, none of us will get credit for this, and I don't expect to, but, it would be nice to hear some people.
I'll give him credit. I'll give Harrion credit for being the original Zionist. He was the trendsetter, Harrion Gladiv. Let's give him credit. Come on, more people are probably watching live now than will watch his video. So,
True.
Big enough credit.
Admit they were wrong, which to be fair, some people have even DM'd me and replied to me basically saying, yeah, you're like the most vindicated man ever. So I'll take it where I can, but here we are. I'll just be the guy shouting at the
Modesty.
I would say that ego inflation is a risk. I say that to everybody. Humility, Harrion, will go a long way.
I mean, maybe we should be more. Maybe we should be warmer towards theological Christian Zia Yusuf. Maybe he is actually the great man that we've all been looking for.
In Cork, when they finally get it, the problem is I don't think they do quite get it. I think they are still desperate for some sort of alternative to Reform. I think they just know that the wheels are coming off Restore, and Reform.
I mean, Napoleon was Corsican, Stalin was Georgian, Hitler was Austrian. Maybe it'll be a Muslim. Who knows?
That would be a turn up for the boat. The man responsible for the great exodus is Zia Yusuf.
Yet again is their best vehicle. Wow, nuts. Harrion was right again.
Our Boris Wave inquiry will shine a bright disinfecting light on all of the above, and I will not hesitate to declassify the things you did to betray the British people. That's why you're lashing out. TikTok, Ben Wallace. Again, I have my criticisms of Zia. Excellent.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
All right, shall we? Do you want to carry on?
Just by thinking about it.
I'm enjoying it.
Meet base for.
I mean, yeah, it's a very good tweet, but what are your criticisms of Zia? Obviously, so far in this video, all I've come up with is you don't like him because he's Muslim. That's literally all you had to say when he was announced as the Home Secretary. But I'd love to know what other criticisms you actually have of him, because honestly, if it's just similar things to what the Lotus Munchers have said, it's basically just all based upon lies. So, you know, what are we doing here? And the other thing is, like, Zia was actually harsher for the past 2 years to the Tories than he was with that tweet.
I mean, you know, we talk about pro wrestling, and, you know, in pro wrestling, people can be like mortal enemies, and then a couple of months later, they're the best of friends again. Are we imagining in like 2 months' time, Connor Tomlinson's back on Talk TV, palling about with Alex Phillips?
Of course he will be.
They just completely forget about the massive feud they had and the kind of blood rivalry.
They're all in it for jobs and careers at the end of the day. I mean, you know, and I remember again, Connor Tomlinson. He's not this bona fide nationalist, is he? He's clearly got other interests and various paymasters he's got to work with. So it's just.
That's sort of the long line of tweets where, you know, I didn't even read that whole tweet because I'm just like, oh, he's done it again. Don't even have to read it. It's 10 out of 10. And, you know, actually listening to the rest of it with Connor Tomlinson here, I'm like, he's always been like this. Why is it only taken you just till now to start appreciating him and his tweeting? Answer, because these people don't know anything and just go along with whatever their clique are going along with. And at the moment, it's, do you reckon we can recover our reputation with reform? And the answer, I hope to God, is no. Again, if that sounds a little harsh, you have to bear in mind these people have lied and deceived and just been all around negatives about reform for 2 straight years. They can't be trusted, and if anything else comes along that they even remotely think is better and they can be the big fish in the small pond for, they'll jump ship again. So there's just no point.
I have reason to believe that those criticisms also made their way back to Zia at some point, and understanding the direction in which the political winds were blowing, Zia has decided to upgrade his rhetoric and policies. And
see what I mean? They just don't concentrate. No, this is actually Zia sort of mellowing out. He said way worse stuff. I played the clip before where he basically...
all right, that's enough. That's enough. Sorry, guys. It's just I can't. So much I can do.
I keep losing track of who's on what side. Actually, I keep forgetting who's Harrion for and Zia's working for them, or I can't. It's just.
Well, this is part of the problem for the Jeff Taylors of the world, is they're tuning out of this stuff. They're tuning out. They don't need the action.
Yes. But you see, if you as a quote-unquote right-winger or Jeff Taylor as a quote-unquote right-winger can't keep track, none of this stuff is going to reach Johnny Public. Like, all of the stuff that has happened in the past year, say, will be ancient history in 1 year's time. Well, and all of these people could be mates again.
Well, this is one of the things that I keep saying, and I think, like, when Morgoth came out, clearly quite emotional about, emotionally frustrated about why no progress has been made with Restore or whatever. And I think a lot of the people that go for these types of parties, they have this idea that all you have to do is break through, right, to the public, and you'll just have millions and millions of people who are like, yeah, finally, now's our chance to vote for the party that's going to kick them all out and put back Britain how it used to be in 1950 and all that. Like, there's this just general assumption that the masses are there just waiting for you. And I think just people have to face reality that just, again, you have to have more than just spats on Twitter about, it's not just about ideological purity. Some party with 12 people that's just really fixated on, the people of Britain and pushing out all the foreigners. It's not. There's 1,000 other things you have to do first before you can even begin to think about that. And
I'm not kidding now. I'm not kidding now, Hal. Right? Look at my YouTube has just updated. Lotus Eaters 2 hours ago. Farage Fest is over. Who's in the thumbnail? Zia Youssef. Where's Bodade? Bodade. We must ban Pakistan. Zia Youssef's furious warning. Ooh. He started saying things we like. All right, so all that shit about
Yeah.
Restore for the past year, that doesn't matter because Zia Youssef's based her.
I would not be. This is just idle speculation on my part, but I would not be surprised if Zia is trying to do a coup of some kind, maybe, and is offering maybe jobs or placements or support in some way to these people in exchange for back.
A route in for Restore to merge. Oust Nigel, bring in Lowe. You know, now we've got, and then he would jettison the kind of Jeremy Hunt wing of the Tories.
The Tories and the Bravermans and
like i.e. there'll be based, quote unquote, based Tories that can come on board with this new thing, but it would isolate the James Cleverleys and the centrists who would have to join the Lib Dems or something like that. That would be the Zia Youssef plan for and then you could get the one big clown show populist party under Zia and Rupert. And Kemi could come on board with that. Why not?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the play.
But Kemi, I mean, this is a minor point, but just because it kind of interests me, the social aspects of this. Kemi is like a pure Rory Stewart, Alistair Campbell, lunch in Westminster, like hanging around, like that area of life, right? Her whole political existence has been that bubble of respectability and kind of pride, and where the officially, I mean, for her to join in with Zia and Lowe would be basically, she could do it, but it would also totally abrogate her ability to come and have lunch.
Zia and Lowe makes more sense. They can bond over the free market and all that kind of stuff.
Don't forget, Kemi is younger. She is social media savvy, spends all her time on Twitter, kind of wants to get Elon Musk's attention. She kind of sees the sloppiness wins. Her credentials within the Tory party was as a kind of Tory headbanger. She was on the right of the Tory party, let's not forget. And as much as you might not like her, in Rory Stewart world, Kemi Badenoch is seen as being on the hard right of the Tory party, believe it or not, on social issues, on culture wars. Her whole thing was being an anti-SJW. She's like a 2018 anti-SJW, basically, like Sargon 10 years ago or something like that is what she is.
Don't forget also. Sorry.
And against identity politics, but framed as left-wing identity politics, affirmative action and stuff like that. Go on.
Telegraph is talking up pressure as well of a hint of, will Burnham go for an election in the spring to try and wrongfoot Farage? Yeah.
Now that would be interesting, because I don't know that might be a bit of a Theresa May move, honestly, because Burnham's promised a lot. Like, it looks good initially for him, but I don't think he's done anything like enough that would actually guarantee him
must have a really magic budget this year.
It's still very shaky for Labour, especially because things haven't actually improved on the ground for anybody. And everyone's going about, cost of living, everything's too expensive, nothing works. That's all still there. He hasn't magically made it go away. So
I don't see it myself, but that was their talk about. It's a possibility that he might try to take advantage of Farage's weakness right now and his relative popularity. But I don't think it'll play out after October, will it?
What I genuinely think is happening right now is that there are two plots at the same time, if I'm reading between the lines. Zia Youssef has a plot to unite the right, and the Tory grandees in the centre of the party, James Cleverly, Michael Heseltine in the background, etc., who want to nix any possibility of the merger. And this Tim Montgomery move on The Spectator and all of that, they're on manoeuvres to destroy any possible pact. And Zia Youssef, I think, is on manoeuvres to try to kind of make the Big Tent, basically. I think that's what's happening right now. If I was to guess, reading between the lines, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, of course. There was that time in 2019 when I voted for Boris, for example. Okay, I will. We're gonna have to wrap things up, guys. It's been a 4-hour stream.
There's not been any more super chats over there.
No. I think people have given up, mate. I think.
See, this is it. This
Yeah.
is a breeze for Simon and I. We're brushing through 4, 5, 6 hour,
Ridiculously
reviews
long
of
things.
obscure bits of plays and Blue
Just-
Jam-esque radio segues.
Just a thing to AA. Did you know it's the 40th anniversary year of the release of Labyrinth, and that they're doing?
Oh, is it? Is it?
It was actually a showing at the Prince Charles at midday today in London,
Oh.
but there's going to be a premium showing at the Hammersmith Apollo in October, where they isolate David Bowie's vocal track and have a live band playing along with it while the film is on in 4K.
Should we go?
So-
Do you want to go?
yeah, sounds good fun, doesn't it?
Come on, let's go. Come on, all of us.
Which day is it?
I think it's something like 12th October or something like that. I'll send the
I
date.
might even dress up. I'll come in my. I'll get my bowl joke.
There was a wager over on our channel that and everybody agreed you'd be too miserable to go.
No, I'm up for it. It's up for. I draw the line at kind of female cast, Glengarry, Glen Ross, but Labyrinth. Come on, I have to. All right.
Yeah. 25th of October, Jim Henson's Labyrinth in concert.
Drop me a line, Simon. We'll go.
Yeah.
All right. Bye, everyone. Pick up a course.
What goes on in this town is none of your business.
As long as I'm living here, it is.
Then maybe you shouldn't be living here!
Well, that's easily fixed.